Test. Test. Good morning. Thank you all for joining us. This is Tuesday, March 5th. I'd like to ask for a roll call to establish quorum, please.
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Lee.
Here.
Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Grijalva.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Christie is participating remotely. Supervisor Hines is absent. All other board members are present.
Thank you. I would like to ask Diane Kent, she's the Education Program Director at Pima County School Superintendent's Office, to please lead us in the pledge.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Kent. Do you have any updates from your office that you'd like to share?
Well, thank you. We are just excited to continue our professional development for Pima County educators. That includes private, public, and charter schools. And we invite you to come and join us for any class at all. We've had Supervisor Scott help us teach one of our classes, and it was great. And I know we have other educators in our midst. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. We really appreciate
My honor.
coming over. The land acknowledgement is going to be offered by Diana Centeno. She's the Reach Out and Read Coordinator with Literacy Connects. Thank you so much for being here.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for inviting me here today. My name is Diana Centeno, and I'm the Reach Out and Read Program Coordinator at Literacy Connects. In this role, I work very closely with healthcare providers to promote early literacy at well-child visits, and that's just one of many programs at Literacy Connects, a nonprofit organization whose mission is to connect people of all ages to a world of opportunities through literacy and creative expression. And we also believe that literacy is a social justice issue, and that society thrives when literacy and creative expression are championed, fully supported, and accessible to all individuals. I want to encourage anyone today who's interested in learning more about the work that we do to visit us at literacyconnects.org, and we're also on Facebook and Instagram. Again, thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and I'm honored to read the land acknowledgement. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pasquayaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and for all your work and for Literacy Connects. I know we have other representatives here. Thank you all so much for being here. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Pause for pause. And I see a little guest.
Nope. Give me. I know. She says there's another dog. My name is Kaylee. I am the Public Information Officer for Pima Animal Care Center. Thank you so much for having us today. I have Iris with me today. She's 9 years old. She has been with us for about 7 months, so a while. She's one of several dogs that has been with us for one of those extended periods of times. In the shelter, we call them long stays. So Iris is one of our long stays currently. Really sweet, easygoing dog, great with other dogs. You can see she's desperate to play with her new friend up here. Oh, ma'am. I know, ma'am. So she's one of 511 dogs that we have in the shelter this morning. We are full. We're seeing a lot of strays come in. So definitely a reminder to people, keep an eye on your dogs when they're outside. Make sure they're wearing a collar and tag. We know that that's the quickest, easiest, best defense for a lost pet, for them to get back home. It's so easy when you already have a tag and collar. You can get them home in 15 minutes, right? You just call the number. So if you do need a new tag for your pet, we give them away for free at PAC through Friends of PAC at our Central Pet Store in the lobby anytime we're open. And of course, I would be remiss not to mention that we have a free spay and neuter event this weekend for community cats, Snip and Tip. We usually do about 500 to 600 cats at each of these events. And with kitten season just a few weeks away, today. It's really already starting. It's really important to get all those cats fixed so that they are not reproducing and having more kittens born into that outdoor life cycle. So thank you so much for having us today, and come on down and foster or adopt if you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to take a point of personal privilege. I know Ms. Sharon O'Brien is here as Executive Director of Literacy Connects, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity to give us an update on anything that's going on with the organization. Maybe you need volunteers or something that you'd like us to share. Absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Grijalva. Thank you all for having me here. Literacy Connects is a volunteer-run organization. We work with kids that need help reading, learning to read. Dr. Lee was on our board at one time. Thank you for your service with Literacy Connects. So we always do need volunteers to help children learn to read in that critical age between kindergarten and second grade, so that by third grade they're reading to learn and they're succeeding with their education. We also need volunteers to work with our adult learners and our English language acquisition for adult learners who are immigrants and refugees in this country trying to establish their language skills. We also support the digital equity and PEEPS. And thank you for the work you do in supporting early childhood and early child care. It's very important work. And Jan, thank you for presenting the budget the other day to nonprofit leaders and teaching us about the great work that you are all doing in this field. So thank you.
Thank you. And then Supervisor Scott, you had a point of personal privilege request?
I do, Chair Grijalva, wanted to recognize one of our constituents who passed away back in November, Kay Simpson White, and would like to ask one of her daughters, Julia White Hester, and one of her colleagues, Dr. Dina Hitsky, to join me at the front if that's possible.
Good morning. And I'm going to go ahead and let Dr. Hitsky start first.
Thank you.
We're going to read the proclamation first. Sorry, Dr. Hitsky.
Okay.
So this is for Kay Simpson White, who sadly passed away on November 14, 2023. She was a community leader and a tireless advocate for some of our community's most vulnerable members. Among Ms. White's many accomplishments was her 1988 founding of the Administration of Resource and Choices, an organization dedicated to providing support and services for elderly victims of abuse. Ms. White also founded the Elder Shelter Project, an effort aimed at helping elderly people who face financial, physical, mental, and other social challenges. In 2007, with Ms. White's leadership, ARC, a HUD-certified housing counseling agency, assisted hundreds of Pima County residents through state and federal programs. Ms. White has been recognized for her leadership and community service by the Tucson Women's Commission, the Pima Council on Aging, the American Association of Retired Persons, and many other organizations. Through her service to our communities, Kay Simpson White has made Pima County a better place. Her life and legacy will never be forgotten. And at this point, I'd like to ask Ms. White Hester if there are folks in the audience, members of the family or anybody else here to honor Ms. Simpson White that you'd like to introduce.
Well, my sister Karen is here, and Joy, who worked with my mother and Daniel, and my husband Michael. And I know there are a few, Daniel, I know there's a few other people, but I'll give it to you.
We have Araceli Gonzalez and Francis Villa here today from Administration of Resources and Choices, as well as myself.
Okay. And Dr. Hitsky, you had a few words you wanted to share on behalf of
I did. You kind of stole my thunder a little bit, but I'm going to repeat it anyway. I said that. So I'm Dr. Dina Hitsky, and I'm here with Daniel Mendez, who used to work with ARC, and we miss him greatly over there. Francis Villa is our wraparound coordinator. Araceli Gonzalez is our HUD certified housing counselor. They're here with me today, representing K White's legacy nonprofit, the Administration of Resources and Choices. And I'm going to say this again, even though you already said it. The Administration of Resources and Choices was founded by K White in 1988 in response to her concern for seniors in need of care, developing the Pima County-funded Elder Shelter Project. And that still exists today, running strong, and providing reverse mortgage counseling to meet the care needs of those with limited financial resources. I said in 1996, Kay took charge of the community's Abuse in Later Life project in response to requests from the community, always filling gaps in the community based on our community partners. And at that time, we also provided training for medical personnel and nurses due to our partnerships with hospitals in this community to help them screen for late life domestic violence, understand the signs of it, and also to help provide them with education and resources in collaboration with ARC. In 2007, in response to the stock market crash, as we stated in the Proclamation, Kay expanded ARC services to rescue the homes of people facing dire financial hardship and foreclosure. Again, answering to the call to action with her ingenuity, compassion, and foresight. Based upon the inspiration and deep commitment that Kay has instilled in us at ARC, we are devoted to providing a range of wraparound services, including housing, safety, and justice support, responding to our community's unmet needs as Kay intended for this nonprofit to do for more than 30 years. Always with Kay's vision and mission in our hearts and minds, we provide elder shelter, abuse and later life services, and certified HUD counseling services for more than 5,000 people a year now. That's grown from an average of 200 to 300 when she started this agency. Kay was a leader who inspired us all to strive for excellence and to have a lasting impact upon the community. She was a true do-gooder, known for her loyalty, commitment, and unwavering integrity. For those of us who worked with Kay, ARC remains her child, whom we are devoted to protect and nurture. She remains the soul of our work, keeping us focused on empowering the most vulnerable and marginalized members of our community. So, Kay, you're still with us every day. Those of us at ARC feel we've lost an incredible mentor and somewhat of a parent. Although our executive director didn't want me to put it that way, I am anyway, because she was somewhat of a parent to us, very nurturing and kind and holding us accountable every day. We were blessed to have her in our lives, and we sorely miss her. Thank you.
Well, I'm not going to speak long. I just wanted to say my mother was very dedicated and passionate about her work, the people that she worked with. She didn't consider them just employees, but friends. And my sister and I were very fortunate to have such a strong female role model. Mom always led us to believe we could be whomever we wanted to be. My dad said she was always the strong one in the family, and she was. And I just wanted to thank Daniel and Cammie for putting this all together, and Dr. Scott, sorry. My mother would have been honored to receive this acknowledgement. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me get a picture.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Supervisor Christie, let me call on you in just a moment. They're going to take a picture.
thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
May I impose? Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie, go ahead. We can hear you.
I'm a moment of personal privilege, only to celebrate and honor the fact that the Arizona Athletics has named Kim Farr the 2023-24 High School Teacher of the Year in the Vale School District at Micah Mountain. Vale School District had 4 of the 9 nominees and the overall winner. So congratulations to Micah Mountain's Kim Farr, and congratulations to Vale School District for these honors. Recently, Vale School District held its annual Vale School District Pride and Volunteer Appreciation Day, huge attendance, and we were able to be graced with the presence of Cal Baker, who is doing just a tremendous job of hanging in there and having an ebullient, positive outlook on life. It was great to see him. He's doing great, and great was the outpouring of community support for Vale Schools. So once again, congratulations to Arizona Athletics Teacher of the Year, Kim Farr, and to the Vale School District. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now we're going to go on to agenda adjustments.
On the regular agenda, page 3, item 10, unfinished business from January 23rd and February 20th. It is the intergovernmental agreement with City of South Tucson to support provision of fire and emergency medical services. Supervisor Hines requests this item be continued to March 19. On page 4, item 15, under County Administrator, the Pima County Adult Detention Center Blue Ribbon Commission. The County Administrator requests this item be continued to April 2nd. On page 7, items 35 and 36, it's the grant application acceptance. There's a correction to the grant amount for each of these. Those amounts are annual amounts. On the addendum agenda, page 1, item 3, executive session. This is for legal advice and direction regarding an update on the Lewis Taylor civil case with outside counsel. Outside counsel requests this item be removed from the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no objections, we'll go ahead and incorporate those changes and updates. Now we're on presentation of proclamation to Terry Spencer, Director of Procurement, proclaiming the month of March 2024 to be Procurement Month and proclaiming the day of Wednesday, March 13th to be Procurement Professionals Day. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Supervisor Christie?
Can you see me?
No, your camera's
Aye.
off. Aye, thank you. So item passes 4-0, and then Supervisor Scott is going to go ahead and present the proclamation. Thank you.
This is the aforementioned Ms. Spencer, the head of our procurement department. Whereas the public procurement profession plays a significant role in the efficiency and effectiveness of both government and business, and whereas in addition to the purchase of goods and services, procurement professionals add value to their organizations by performing such functions as executing, implementing, and administering contracts, developing strategic procurement strategies, and cultivating working relationships with suppliers and other departments within their organizations. And whereas public procurement professionals in Pima County and in other public and private organizations have tremendous influence on economic conditions in the United States, with cumulative purchasing power running into the billions of dollars, and whereas our procurement professionals in Pima County are committed to providing high-caliber strategic, logistical, and operational support for all departments within Pima County, whereas the Pima County Procurement Department professionals professionals recognize, support, and practice the public procurement values and guiding principles of accountability, ethics, impartiality, professionalism, service, and transparency established by NIGP, the Institute for Public Procurement, as fundamental tenets of the public procurement profession. And whereas NIGP has proclaimed the month of March as Procurement Month to further expand awareness of the procurement professional's role to government officials, the general public, and business and corporate leaders. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of March 2024 to be Procurement Month, and the day of Wednesday, March 13, 2024, to be Procurement Professionals Day in our community, and urges all residents to recognize the role of the purchasing and materials management profession within business and government. Congratulations.
Good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Scott, Madam Chair, Ms. Lesher. As Supervisor Scott said, I am Terry Spencer. I'm the Pima County Procurement Director, and I'm truly honored to accept this proclamation proclaiming this month to be Procurement Month and Procurement Professionals Day is March 13th. I am just thrilled to be able to accept this proclamation because it recognizes what our procurement department does each and every day in providing excellent customer service to our county departments and to the public that we serve. We are committed to following NIGP's Code of Ethics and the guiding principles, and I'm just very appreciative of my staff and the commitment that they make in making our department a success. That's demonstrated recently by our achievement of the NIGP Quality Public Procurement Department Award. Of the 3,000 NIGP members, we are one of 167 governmental agencies who have received that distinction. So we are very proud of that accomplishment, and I'm very proud of our department. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to addendum item number 1. It's a presentation of proclamation to the invasive species volunteers proclaiming the day of Tuesday, March 5th to be Invasive Species Volunteer Appreciation Day. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item passes 4-0, and Supervisor Lee is going to go ahead and read the proclamation.
Can I please ask Brian Powell to join me from the Natural Resource and Parks and Recreation Department? Thank you.
I'd also like to invite people on that list to come.
Yes, we'll do that, absolutely. Can I please have the 10 volunteers, and I'll be reading your names as we go, but come on up here, please. Should we? First of all, I am just so honored to be presenting this proclamation because so much of what you do is definitely hands-on. It's hot out there. You're giving your sweat equity to making sure that our county is free of invasive species, and it seems like one of those things that is never ending because it's always there, but you're helping to mitigate that, and thank you. So it is my pleasure to read the proclamation, and then I will ask you, Brian, to introduce your guests, and I've got the list here. So okay, whereas invasive plant species, including bufflegrass, fountain grass, stinknet, and many others, can irrevocably alter the Sonoran Desert as they fuel devastating fires and hasten the death of our unique native plants, including the iconic and beloved saguaro cactus. by outcompeting the native plants for space, water, and nutrients. And whereas invasive species pose a threat to human life, health, and infrastructure, and whereas an engaged, aware, and empowered citizenry is one of our greatest assets in the fight against invasive plant species, and whereas since the late 1990s, volunteers have selflessly given tens of thousands of hours of their time to help rid our treasured Sonoran Desert of invasive species, and in so doing have protected thousands of acres of land, whereas February 3rd to March 9th, 2024 is Save Our Saguaros Month. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims March 5th, 2024 to be the Invasive Species Volunteer Appreciation Day and encourages all our residents to support volunteer-driven efforts to control these invasive plants throughout our region. Passed and adopted this 5th day of March 2024. Thank you. Brian, would you like to say a few words and introduce your...
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. Chair Gahalva. My name is Brian Powell. I'm a Natural Resources Superintendent in the Natural Resources Parks and Recreation Department. And it's my great pleasure to honor the 10 volunteers who've come out today to represent a very large pool of volunteers who have, over the decades, as Supervisor Lee indicated, pulled thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of plants, tens of thousands of hours of community service to protect our deserts. These folks, Alex Schuss, Marcy Schatz, Stanley Ross, Marilyn Hansen, Sonia Norman, Melanie Schaefer, Jim Malusa, Brian Brainerd, Denise Baldwin, and Frank Staub. These folks are representing, again, all the hundreds of people who've given their time. And so thank you very much to them. Thank you to all the volunteers and to staff and other agency folks who are here today from the Park Service, Forest Service, BLM, from the Desert Museum, who've all gathered here today to honor the amazing work of these volunteers. So thank you very much. Yes. Yes.
Okay, yeah, one more. Thank you. And now we have the presentation of proclamation to Eva Carrillo Dong and Ana Karina Rodriguez, the co-chairs of the Arizona Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta Holiday Coalition, proclaiming the month of March 2024 to be Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta Month. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Madam Chair?
Oh,
Aye.
Supervisor Christie.
Madam Chair, I will abstain.
Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? And one abstention. The item passes 3-0. Thank you. And if I can have anyone who's here for this proclamation, definitely Ana, Karina, and Ms. Dong, if you guys can come up, and I'll meet you down here in the front. Who wants to hold the proclamation? Cecilia? Yeah. Thank you. Great. All right, so. Come on. Okay. Whereas Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta are recognized as some of our nation's great civil leaders and civil rights and labor leaders, having committed their lives to improving the lot of farm workers everywhere and bringing the plight to national attention. And whereas Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta faithfully adhered to the principles of nonviolent practices by Mahatma Gandhi and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And whereas Cesar Chavez in 1994 and Dolores Huerta in 2012 received the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian honor in the United States. And whereas the motto, Si se puede, it can be done, and their work to establish the United Farm Worker Union, UFW, embody the invaluable legacy they left for the world's benefit and the legacy of servant leadership. And whereas the Arizona Cesar E. Chavez and Dolores Huerta Holiday Coalition has planned events for the Pima County community to celebrate their lives and efforts, and whereas Pima County and the city of Tucson have an administrative leave day and paid holiday to honor Cesar Chavez and his legacy, and to recognize the men and women who labor in agricultural fields to produce food for the nation. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month and encourages in all of our community to observe this month with appropriate community service and educational themes to honor the enduring legacies of Cesar and Dolores, passed and adopted this 5th day of March 2024. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Adelita Grijalva and Board, the Arizona Cesar E. Chavez Holiday and Dolores Huerta Holiday Coalition. We have now honoring Dolores Huerta. We honor them by having a march and rally every year on March 23rd. We're going to have our annual march and rally. It starts at Pueblo High School and ends at Rudy Garcia Park. We'll have lots of fun, food, vendors, speakers, and just, honoring the legacy of Dolores Huerta. We have education in the schools this month, educating our students about the legacy and the fight that continues for social justice rights, and to ensure that our farm workers, those who most of you eat the fruits of their labor, right? So really recognize and honor your privilege, that you don't have to be in the farms harvesting those lettuce, harvesting the crops, that you get to go home comfortably. And we honor those farm workers that continue to feed us today, that continue to see the struggles, right? And that's why we honor him and honor Dolores Huerta, because she's still here today and she's still kicking it and she's still awesome. And we're really excited that it's a bunch of mujeres up here, women power for Women's History Month too, by the way. So just really thank you, Adelita, for being, a staple in our community as well, and having this opportunity to do this and to have this space and to honor Cesar Chavez and all these amazing women in the coalition and all of our partners. And I'll pass it to my co-chair.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to really thank Chair Grijalva and the rest of the Board of Supervisors for doing this. This is such an important thing to us. We've been fighting so hard. A lot of people like to erase history and not talk about history, but I think it's important to continue to discuss history and know about history and know what has happened in the past, so that we can continue to work forward and do what we need to do here, because what Dolores Huerta and Cesar Chavez did was amazing, and the changes that they brought about for the farm workers was amazing. But as you know, we still need to keep working. We still need to do what we can for those farm workers, because many of them are still dying out there in the heat, or dying out there because they don't have the proper medical help that they need. So we need to still continue to fight hard for them, and they've done so much for us. Dolores Huerta has come so often to our march and rallies, and so we're really proud to be able to now put her name along with Cesar Chavez in this month and honor both of them. They've done so much. She was the one that put the word "si se puede," that came from her. That we always say "si se puede," yes we can. And there's so many people with her and with Cesar Chavez that did so much for our country. In our history is just full of these heroes, and we can't forget these heroes. We need to continue to remember these heroes, and also applaud the heroes that we now have, the heroes that we have standing behind me, doing the hard work that they're doing and keeping things going properly in our county here in Tucson. So truly, thank you again for everything that you've done for us, and thank you to the committee that you see standing here, and the many, many more that are with us but weren't able to come here today, that are helping us put together this march and rally. Even people from Phoenix are really struggling and working hard to make sure that we continue the legacy and put together some good funding for scholarships that we want to give out this year for not just people that are coming out of our schools, our public schools, but also people that are going into apprenticeships, that are wanting to go into apprenticeships and become union members and become strong union members. So thank you so very much for everything. We really appreciate it. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So now we're going to go on to call to the public. We have 28 speakers, so every speaker has 2 minutes. Citizens attending the meeting, I'm sorry.
Chair Grijalva, for the record, Supervisor Hines has joined.
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. I'm like, what did I do? Oh, thanks. Okay. Citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stomping of feet, whistling, yells, or similar demonstration shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. I'd like to also remind people that if they're going to have conversations, there's a lobby, you can go out and come back in, but please don't disrupt people who are trying to express their opinions to the board. With that, I will start. I'm going to read you all in groups of 3. Julia Strange, Bree Seward, and Trayvon. And as a reminder, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisors, for giving me a moment to speak with you today on behalf of Mosaic Quarter. TMC Health is proud to partner with Tucson Orthopedic Institute and the developers of the Mosaic Quarter as the official sports medicine partners. We are enthusiastic about this program because of the opportunity to be part of a growing dynamic center in that part of town. I know it's going to be an incredible community asset that we will all be proud of. I appreciate the community-minded vision for this complex, including Pima College and Pima JTED. Additionally, the Mosaic Quarter development is always looking for ways to give back from an innovative program to engage first responders in events and programming to events designed to bring in the neighborhoods directly surrounding the sites. Our community health needs assessment continues to identify that we need to continue to develop spaces for physical activity, and this helps to address that in Pima County. But I just would encourage you to support this important program, and we are proud to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bree? Sorry, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bree Seward, and I'm the Vice President of Strategic Relationships for Social Venture Partners Tucson. I'm here on behalf of SVP Tucson to express our enthusiastic support for the Mosaic Quarter development and its potential to positively impact our community, promoting the values of the two-gen approach. At SVP Tucson, our mission is to create more equitable and thriving community through collaborative efforts, strategic philanthropy, and a commitment to addressing the most pressing challenges. We believe that Mosaic Quarter development aligns seamlessly with these principles, providing an opportunity to enhance the well-being of families in Pima County. Mosaic Quarter development is significant for us as it embodies the two-gen values we champion. By creating a space that fosters collaboration, innovation, access to resources, this community center has the potential to serve as the hub for comprehensive family support. The two-gen approach recognizes the interconnectedness of generations within a family that aims to simultaneously address the needs of both children and their parents. The Mosaic Quarter development, emphasizing community engagement, education, shared resources, aligns perfectly with this philosophy. It offers a space where families can access programs and services that enhance their overall well-being, creating a positive ripple effect throughout the community. Furthermore, the Mosaic Quarter development can be a catalyst for economic growth, providing opportunities for local businesses, job creation, and community empowerment. At SVP Tucson, we believe that the power of strategic investments yield sustainable and equitable results, and we see the Mosaic Quarter development as a promising endeavor in this regard. We urge the Pima County Board of Supervisors and endorse the Mosaic Quarter development, recognizing its potential to elevate our community, and there's nothing Tucson has ever seen like it. Thank you.
Thank you. Trayvon, followed by Rob Elias, Danny Plattner, and Felipe Garcia.
Good morning, all. Thank you for allowing us to be here. My name is Troy Vaughn. I'm the Senior Director for Campus Recreation at the University of Arizona. 3 points that I wanted to discuss with all of you this morning in regards to support for the Mosaic Quarter project. First and foremost, it's a game changer for this community. All of the different things that you've heard already from my previous two speakers, but also from a university perspective. We plan on having 4 to 5 hockey teams, including a brand new women's team that we're bringing on in the fall that is in my envelope as a club team at the university. The MQ project is a game changer for those teams that allows a variety of unique opportunities for the university and aspects of recruiting, but also is an opportunity for us to be important within the university and within the community to really showcase hockey in the teams that are going to be playing there. We also plan to bring on a sled hockey team that will be starting in the fall as well of 26 when the building is completed. The importance of the university, the location to the university, the location of where it is a game changer again for the university and the number of vehicles driving by. It's just going to be a wonderful facility for us to use. The partner and the team that has been involved in this, I've known Mr. Knott for a long time now, since 2021. We have the utmost confidence in him and his team to be able to do this wonderful project for our community. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Rob Elias?
Good morning, Chair Grijalva, Board of Supervisors, Administrator Lesher. My name is Rob Elias. I'm the President and CEO of the Tucson Hispanic Chamber. We as an organization would like to express our enthusiasm for this Mosaic Quarter project. This initiative is more than just a development. It's a transformative endeavor that will reshape the landscape of this part of our city. Beyond the cheers of the spectators, the economic impact of such a project is profound. Hosting sporting events of various scales will fill our hotel rooms, breathe new life into our restaurants, and reinvigorate our retail spaces. This project is about fostering a sense of identity and pride. As we welcome teams and spectators, we also welcome diversity, creating a mosaic of cultures and experience that enrich the very fabric of who we are. Yes, I do watch these meetings and witness the difficult decisions this board frequently makes. I'm grateful to each of you for the jobs you do, but the decision you'll make today should be an easy one. Easy for me to say as a parent of a young soccer player. Selfishly, I prefer to have a 5 to 7 minute drive rather than a 5 to 7 hour drive or flight to watch my daughter play in a national tournament. But I respectfully inquire, if a project embodying such dedication to community service, philanthropy, responsible development, cultural celebration, financial prudence, economic impact, and youth empowerment were to receive a vote of no, what attributes are required to earn your vote of yes? In supporting the Mosaic Quarter, we are not just endorsing this project, we're endorsing this investment for a more prosperous and dynamic future. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Danny Platter.
Hello, my name is Danny Plattner. I am a co-founder and operator of the Tucson Adult Hockey League. So I'm here on behalf of not only the adult hockey program, but also the youth hockey program, the Junior Roadrunners. It's one of my many side hustles is running the hockey league. Our numbers speak for themselves. We've gone over it. It's in the report. We started with 4 teams back in 2007. We have 22 teams now with a waiting list, and it keeps growing. We allow players to participate on one team. They participate in many more if it was available. So I'm proud and happy to be here as a Pima County resident of almost 30 years. More importantly, I've been involved in youth and adult sports literally since I arrived in Tucson 27, almost 30 years ago. I've raised 2 daughters, both athletes. I've been a volunteer coach. I'm an official, a referee. The list goes on and on and on, but I'm here as a citizen, as a resident of Pima County, how excited I am about the Mosaic Quarter project, I apologize, and appreciate all of your efforts, all of your time, and everything that you do for our community. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Felipe Garcia, followed by Edgar Soto, Sharon Green, and Anastasia Sitakis.
Good morning, Chairwoman Grijalva, members of the Board of Supervisors, Administrator Lesher. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today about the Mosaic Quarter. So I'm with Visit Tucson. I'm the President and CEO. Our job is simple: bring people to Tucson to spend money and hopefully leave that money here in our community. So when we heard about Mosaic Quarter, we got very excited because we have a niche market on youth sports. And we never hear about youth sports and the importance to our community. Let me tell you some very interesting data that is happening right now. In Pima County, in Kino Sports Complex, right now we have the Tucson Invitational Games, where we work with Pima County staff and we're bringing literally dozens of teams to Tucson. And guess what? They're going to be staying at local hotels, they're going to be spending money, and it's new money coming to our community. And that's the importance about sports tourism. If today I go to lunch to El Charro, I'm going to put $20 from my right pocket in my left pocket as a community. It was not new money coming here, but all these kids, all these families that this sports event is going to use 6,500 room nights in Tucson. They're going to leave between $4 and $7 million this month. That's economic development, and they're paying sales tax, and that's helping again improve our quality of life. Now, as we're very successful bringing events, and we have spring training from Korean baseball teams, and we have cycling, but we're losing events. Many times we'll have an operator come, and we don't have the infrastructure that they need. So for us, the Mosaic Quarter is bringing us a great opportunity to bring more sports to our community, more youth sports, and showcase our community. I would love to stay for the remainder of the meeting and hear the discussions of Mosaic Quarter. I have to run to say hi to many of the events here in Tucson, including the Color Guard Golf Classic, and I'm encouraging everyone in this room, please post on social media, tell people to turn Saturday TVs on the Golf Channel at 10 a.m. so they can see beautiful Tucson, and send it especially to friends you have in places that is raining and it's a little cotton wet, so we can get these people here to Tucson. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Felipe. Edgar Soto.
Good morning, Chair Grijalva, Board of Supervisors, County Administrator Lesher. I just want to thank you and honor you for everything that you're doing, but everything I was going to say has already been said as far as the economic impact. And the one thing I do want to say is that right now in Southern Arizona, we've got a lot of positive things moving in the right direction. And collaborating with Mosaic Quarters and Frank Knott with some other things as the chair of the Southern Arizona Sports and Tourism Authority, We got some partnerships. A lot of things are going in the right direction. We continue to put these dominoes moving in the right direction. This won't only impact now what's going on in our communities, but for generations to come. So I'm excited for what the future holds. There's a lot of exciting things coming down the line. And the last thing I just want to say is that this will create pathways to retain creative talent, which a lot of our talent ends up leaving after they graduate from the universities. It'll highlight our culture and attract new opportunities that will highlight all that Pima County has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Sharon Green?
Good morning. Consider the scenario of the last 4 years. The globalists and WEF infiltrated governments worldwide with a plan that would bring about disease, famine, and death. The U.S. and Chinese were complicit in developing the COVID bioweapon. Fear-mongering began. The death rate from COVID was expected to be 1% for most people, similar to the annual flu. An experimental vaccine was pushed out on the people and mandated for many. The drug companies knew that these shots had over 1,000 adverse events, including death. Millions have been disabled or are dead from them. By August 2022, the CDC announced that this injection neither prevented infection nor the spread of COVID. Yet the government lied and is still pushing these totally ineffective shots. Fear led people to wear ineffective masks and to keep their distance from others. The true story of January 6th reveals some were rioting, but much of that was instigated by the 200-plus FBI agents disguised as Trump supporters. Now the DOJ and FBI arrest patriots by calling them political terrorists and putting them in jail. The government opened our borders to all. Michael Yan reports that more than 11.1 million illegal aliens have now infiltrated our country. More than 100,000 of them are military young men who are waiting for orders to sabotage water sources, electrical grids, to create chaos and kill American citizens. The U.S. taxpayer is funding IOM, the biggest UN-managed NGO. We have paid for our own invasion of illegals and terrorists and the accompanying destruction. Food shortages are beginning. Hundreds of food processing plants have been burned down. Since you no longer have money to support these illegals, it is time for you to deport them. The prophet Ezekiel warned us that disease, famine, and war would destroy nations. Time is short. We are now that nation.
Time's expired. Thank you, Anastasia.
Thank you.
Titakis.
Well, I have some news for you. And I did some research. In 1996, the U.S. Congress passed a law prohibiting non-citizens from voting in federal elections, including elections for the U.S. House, Senate, and presidential elections. This does not apply to elections at the state and local levels. But being it is unlawful for a non-citizen to vote in federal elections and establishes the punishment of a fine, 1 year in prison, or both for violation of the law. The Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act of 1996 states, "It shall be unlawful for any alien to vote in any election held solely or in part for the purpose of electing a candidate for the office of president, vice president, presidential elector, member of the Senate, member of the House of Representatives, delegate from the District of Columbia, or resident commissioner." In addition, our state constitution right here in Arizona says, and I quote, "No person shall be entitled to vote unless such person be a citizen of the United States." In addition, we've been humiliated with multiple reports, specifically one notable by Tom Tiffany, who's a representative, who was here. He tried to enter Casas Elitas, and he was turned away. I am demanding that there be a full forensic audit of Casas Elitas, the money that you have given them, and Catholic Christian Charities, and you need to have these people defunded and have any and all federal monies returned to the federal government, and you shall not seek any more money to violate the Constitution, Article 4, Section 4.
Sharon O'Brien. followed by Sharon here. Okay. Alan Kenningson, sorry. Dave Smith and Blake Eager.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, Administrator Lesher, thank you so much for your time. My name's Alan Kenningson. I'm the Vice President of Southern Arizona Leadership Council. SALC is a member-led organization of over 150 businesses and community leaders in Southern Arizona. SALC's vision is to advance our world-class community, and we do this by bringing together resources and leadership to enhance the economic climate and quality of life in our communities. I'm here to speak on behalf of Mosaic Quarter that you'll be talking about later as Agenda 29 through 31 on your agenda today. The quarter is on the corner of Keno Parkway and Benson Highway. It's going to be a tremendous addition to the local to Tucson youth and professional sports ecosystem. New facilities include an iceplex, a field house, sportsplex, stadium, housing multiple basketball courts, ice rinks, volleyball courts, pickleball courts, wrestling and martial arts mats, and also outdoor lacrosse and football fields. In addition to the sports facilities, the Mosaic Quarter will host 3 hotels and up to 14 restaurants, conveniently located next to I-10 on the city's primary north-south route between the University of Arizona and the Tucson International Airport. It also straddles the Julian Wash on the bike loop, so it connects residents to the Mosaic Quarter, and it also connects tourists to our beloved loop. Since inception, the Mosaic Quarter is for everyone. The foundation has already been established to ensure over 8,000 people, underserved children and youth per year, participate in programs of their choosing. $1.5 million annually for athletic programs for our community's underserved children and young adults. So when it comes time to vote today, I hope you see that it's really kind of a no-brainer to support the Mosaic Quarter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dave Smith?
Well, good morning, board. You know, this is one of those things where it's like there's an irony every time I come here. You know, we just celebrated the life of Cesar Chavez, who was, of course, very concerned about low-wage earners and people who worked physical tasks as difficult as farm work. And yet the very thing he was against is the thing we appear to be for wholeheartedly, and that is illegal immigration. Because he recognized fully in the 1970s the effects of illegal immigration on low-income workers. It doesn't affect you're not hearing complaints from Wall Street about the open border because it never affects the people at the high end of wage earners. It's the low-income workers. And this is the thing, when I ask you over and over again, I've come up here and asked you, what is the teleological end? What is the goal? What do you expect at the end of all of this, what we call the black box of a system analysis? What's going to come out of it as our end result? And it's only tragedy. It's only crime. It's reduced wages for the lower income people trying to enter into that system. And the thing is this, we need to decide very soon, because you keep telling us now we're running out of money. When are we going to stop? There's no cornucopia of money coming out of the government anymore. Even they are running out. You can only print so much. And I've asked you, what is your goal? What is the function? And if we're left to our own resources and devices to decide that your goal is to destroy this county, then you're doing a dang good job. Because my problem is, I see things deteriorating, I see roadways deteriorating, I see crime, I see drugs, I see homelessness. And the question becomes then, when are we going to do solution-oriented basis where we study, we research, we come up with an idea, we fund that idea, and then we have a feedback mechanism for results. And the results we're seeing are failure after failure, and yet we keep spending. And the time has come, we're coming to a climax in this play where we're going to have to decide where we're going to go. And I just found today's irony incredibly unique. Thank you.
Blake Eager? Thank you. After Blake, Don Hales, Tom Moreton, and Lori Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Board and Administrator. I'm here to speak in support of Mosaic Quarter. I was kind of going to go over specifics, but I think we know the youth sports industry is a multi-billion dollar industry. Tucson lacks the infrastructure and facilities to compete on a national level. Mosaic Quarter would create economic impact and extensive job growth for the community. But I think I wanted to speak a little bit more on a personal level. So I'm a Tucsonan. I've lived all over. For some reason, I come back. That reason is because I love Southern Arizona. I grew up across the street from Flowing Wells Junior High in a neighborhood most people wouldn't want to go to during the day, more or less than night, but I'm not embarrassed by that. I'm not ashamed. I'm proud to be there. My parents still live in that neighborhood. Flowing Wells gave me a chance to love sports, specifically baseball. I had a chance to play at a collegiate level. Eastern Arizona gave me that chance. New York Mets gave me a chance to play at a professional level. Country of Sweden, country of Russia gave me a chance to coach at a national level. I came back to Tucson because I believe in a city. I believe in Southern Arizona. As a youth, we need chances. We need chances in our specific areas to succeed in life. Mosaic Quarter gives that chance to a lot of the youth in Tucson, in Southern Arizona, and we should take these opportunities when we get them, because we don't get those opportunities very much. So I want to say thank you for allowing me to speak. Huge proponent of Mosaic Quarter and the opportunity that it gives us our youth, not only from a sports standpoint, but from a workforce standpoint, to create job growth, economic impact, and to bolster Southern Arizona as a whole. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Don Hales?
Good morning. I've got 4 items. First one is Agenda 41. The text amendment ordinance number 2024-2. Rex Scott is trying to make our gun rights, to take our gun rights away again. He wants to circumvent the U.S. Constitution's Second Amendment and Arizona state laws, specifically ARS 13-3108. Dave Smith just covered this last time. If you want to get cut down on gun violence, all you got to do is enforce the existing gun laws with punishments. Rex Scott is not representing the constituents, especially in this dangerous time we're in. Who's pulling your puppet strings this time, Rex? And next item is agenda item number 14. I guess we're spending another $1.5 million there in that. That's the Pima County Gap Funding, Affordable Housing Development and Preservation. Please stick to the budget and vote no on item 14. Next item is Agenda 15, Pima County Audit Detention Center Blue Ribbon Commission discussion. Establish a new charter for a new commission. Please get back to the basic budget items for the benefit of all of Pima County taxpayers. No new commissions about repairs, please. And then finally, the proclamation to make the month of 2024 to be Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta month. To me, proclamations are a waste of the board's time. For example, how effective was the time spent at a recent debate?
Your time is expired. Thank you.
Okay.
If you want to give your written comments, we can take those. Tom?
Good morning, everyone. My name's Tom Moulton. I'm the Executive Director of the Southern Arizona Attractions Alliance. We're celebrating our 25 years of working with the attractions and supporting tourism. I'm speaking on behalf of encouraging you to vote yes on the Mosaic Quarter project. I have had the pleasure and opportunity to work with sports marketing, not only in spring training when I was associated with Pima County, but also at the Arizona Bowl and some of the other sports and activities that are here in town. We wouldn't have been able to do these without the facilities, without the infrastructure. We've long been passed over by Phoenix and their massive amount of competitive attractions and facilities. We generate attendance at the attractions when we have folks coming in from out of town. Sports is a recession-proof industry, and we wanted to make sure that there's an opportunity for those folks that are coming into town and into enjoying the attraction. So I encourage you wholeheartedly to vote yes, that make sure we remain competitive. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Moore, followed by Gisela Aaron, Mike Aaron, and Ralph Polo.
My name is Lori Moore. I am fighting for my version of democracy, not your communist version. Currently, the United States has roughly 100 million people on government welfare in one form or another. Assisted by you and your president, another 10 million have entered this country. They are non-tax-paying illegal border crossers. In addition to the idiocy of funding an invasion and increasing the national debt, you four Dems want to defund the police. Pima County residents are armed up, locking doors and windows. They are on high alert to protect themselves and their families from your bad decisions, and they back the blue. Our first responders risk life and limb at the beckoning of a mere 3 digits. 911, what is your emergency? First responders do not know what to expect when they get that call. Mental illness unmanaged can be deadly. Excessive drug and alcohol use can be deadly. A weapon in the hands of a deranged person with a working trigger finger, deadly. I am not a first responder. I would not take an oath to serve and protect communists who want to defund me, yet expect me to rush to their rescue. Democrats and sanctuary cities should have their own first responder call number to meet their needs. That number would be 334. It is the emergency number for the DEI, fire, and police. The qualifications for DEI first responders are not based on ability or strength. DEI first responders could wear skirts, carry emotional support stuffed animals, and no guns. What could possibly go wrong? If I were a first responder, before I looked up any address, I would look up party affiliation. Elections have consequences. Please leave your message at the sound of the beep, and we might return your call. If Democrats are not going to back the blue, why should the blue ever rescue you?
Gisela Aaron.
Good morning. My name is Gisela Aaron. I live in Pima County. On January 31st this year, the Senate held a hearing on the China's growing threat, of cyber threat, and they interviewed General Nakasone, commander of the U.S. Cyber Command, Jen Easterly of CISA, Christopher Wray of the FBI, and others. And they warned us. They said there were real and impending national security threats to our critical infrastructure, such as the power grid, water treatment, oil and gas distribution, and possible election interference. Apparently, China's PRC hacking group Vault Typhoon, which outmans the U.S. hackers 50-1, has already placed malicious malware in hundreds of routers and into our systems. Those are waiting to be unleashed when the time is right. When China plans to take over Taiwan, when the U.S. is busy with the presidential election, consider the threat assessment and what is your contingency plan. So the internet, if it goes down, what do you do in the election? You cannot update the e-poll books. Do you have printed voter rolls ready? If you only have a minimum number of 130 vote centers because you reduced them from 265 to 130, you don't know who lives there because anyone in a city should be able to go to those potentially, and then you have to print the entire voter rolls. That makes no sense. You should have small precincts where we know the voters so we can verify and have those voter rolls printed out. We should also prepare for potentially voting without machines, because if they go down, you can use them, right? You should also have people ready for a hand count. If we don't have internet connection or power outage or other problems, we need to be prepared.
Your time's
Thank
expired.
you.
Thank you. Mike Aaron.
My name is Mike Aaron. I'm a Pima County resident. Tucson is spending approximately $400,000 a week on illegals. Pima County is spending almost $1 million a week on illegals. Don't you understand what illegal means? They can't be here. We spend all this money on them for housing, for food, for transportation, and what do we do for our vets? We do nothing. VA doesn't help. I know. I'm 90% disabled, and they don't help me one damn bit. We have police department. Tucson is short 600 officers. You're not safe, and you want to take our guns. That's how we protect ourselves. Our founding fathers did the Constitution to give the people the power, not government. Thank you.
Rob Polo.
Limiting the people to 2 minutes is bad, very bad. And bad leads to more bad. What's going to be next? 1 minute, 30 seconds? Never mind, we're not going to listen to you anymore. It's bad. So, here you are at the Board of Supervisors getting paid very well to listen to your constituents, and you limit us to 2 minutes because we've gone over 20 people. I can count that anyone here would gladly sit up there, collect your salary, and listen to the people for as long as it takes. So, I'm at 1 minute and 30 seconds, and that's all I have to say for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Brett Davis, followed by Oliver Swan and Brad Anderson.
Chair Grijalva, members of the Board of Supervisors, and County Administrator Lesher. My name is Brent Davis. I'm here representing Southwest Nonprofit Housing. As you know, at the last board meeting, we filed a protest, and you heard our concerns about the awarding of the GAP funds. And while the protest was denied, we were buoyed by your discussions of potentially giving more money, which would fund an additional 3 projects. Our reasoning on supporting this is very simple. These are shovel-ready projects that will provide affordable housing that we all agree is desperately needed in Tucson and Pima County. We believe that our project, Real Azul, can break ground in 60 to 90 days. I have to put an asterisk depending upon how quick we can get it through the city development services process. But increasing the funding would, to about $1.5 million, would pick up 3 more projects. It would fund Real Azul and 2 other projects. And the county administrator in her recommendation said that there are options for the board, and her solutions were 2, and she said they would be consistent with the process the evaluation panel followed in determining recommendations for this year's funding opportunity without running the risk of compromising future processes. So we agree that that is an option, and we support probably either taking it out of the general fund contingency or supporting it from next year's budget. By delaying it, all you're doing is taking projects that are ready and postponing them a year. And we all agree, I think, that we're in a situation where affordable housing is desperately needed, particularly for the elderly. So we would support that funding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oliver Swan.
Board Administrator Lesher, my name is Oliver Swan. I'm here on behalf of the Tucson Crime Free Coalition and our nearly 7,000 members and steering leaders Monica Carlson, Kevin Daly, Josh Jacobson. We are here to congratulate the county and thank Administrator Lesher and Deputy Administrator Steve Holmes on their leadership with the Transition Center at the Pima County Jail. It's extremely important that this work be recognized. It is absolutely essential in reducing crime and providing a continuum of care services within those who are afflicted by drugs and other issues. The entire team that Steve has put together with Kate Vesley and Doyle Morrison have done just tremendous work. The early data suggests a very strong outcome, a reduction in recidivism, more court appointments that are met, less failures to appear, and other very encouraging data. We ask that the city of Tucson join the county in its leadership and provide staffing at their transition center and encourage the Tucson Police Department to utilize the wonderful services that the county has put together. It is really, truly making a difference. We also will be advocating for changes to Title 36, which impacts people afflicted with drug use at the state level, so that we can champion the assistance that these people need and offer dual pathways of both incarceration when needed, but more importantly, support services and treatment for those who are willing and able. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Brad Anderson?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Administrator, I'm Brad Anderson. I am the President and CEO of the Vail Chamber of Commerce. Now, I'd imagine at this point you guys have to have a little smile on your face, not because I'm the last speaker, maybe, but because you have an opportunity today to do something that's kind of a no-brainer. You get to do something fun, and that is support Mosaic Quarter. Just think about the opportunities that's before you today. You get to provide economic development. You get to provide opportunities for youth. You get to provide opportunities for employees across the board. It's an easy decision. We have an excellent individual here who's put together a great plan and a great opportunity for not just Tucson, but the entire Pima County. You know, why Vail? Vail's a little bit removed from where the center of this is, but we see lots of opportunity of what Mosaic Quarter will provide to the entire region, and we definitely hope that you'll fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Royce? We called him. I'm sorry, Steve Wilcox. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, I had a moment there. And then just before you start, Mr. Royce, Steve Wilcox, Angie Anderson, and Tara Rainey. Thank you.
As I collect signatures, the 1,418 signatures I need to put my name on the November ballot for District 1 as an independent, I've been featuring one theme: my Pima County, City of Tucson, sales tax, property tax reform plan. I call it my plan, but I just happen to have lived 20 years in a county that had a 1 cent, Washington County. I lived in Fayetteville, Washington County, Arkansas. We had a 1 cent sales tax that was payable to the municipalities that it was collected in: Farmington, Fayetteville, Springdale, Lincoln, Prairie Grove, Elkins, and all of the money that was collected in the unincorporated areas was paid to the county for their general fund. We had very low property taxes. Now here we are in Tucson, and we have a problem. The City of Tucson government is getting ready to scuttle the RTA and replace the RTA tax with the City of Tucson tax for their own purposes. Any municipality has the right to do that, but what about financing the unincorporated areas? It's pretty clear that my plan is the answer to that. I will have to get enablement from the legislature to call an election. The voters of the county will have to pass it, but it is the only plan for financing county road needs. I'm talking about a penny transportation tax and 2 pennies for general fund tax. The general fund money, as I'm promising, 3/4 of that will go to reduce property taxes in Pima County, and the rest will be, the county share will be used to maintain your roads, just like the municipalities will be doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve Wilcox.
Greetings to the board, Chair Grijalva. I received my Master's of Science from the College of Agriculture in 2008, late in life, and I've worked on several farms, and if I were president, I would require all high school graduates to spend a year working on a farm. It may be in lieu of military service. That said, last session, Dave Smith spoke to you about the importance of punishing crime, a concept referred to somewhat dismissively as the carceral system. We know the prisons are in trouble. The purpose, according to Dave Smith, of punishing crime is to extinguish the deviant or dangerous behavior. I was surprised to hear him use the phrase extinguish a behavior, since that is a specialized term associated with a branch of psychology called operant conditioning, popularized mid-20th century by the behavioral psychologist B.F. Skinner. B.F. Skinner had some predecessors. Someone in the Middle East wrote 1,000 years ago, quoting from chapter 9 of Proverbs, "Chasten thy son while there is yet hope, and trouble not thy soul over his cries." Boys and men have an impulse to test themselves. This is how we become men. Where there are no consequences, there is no test, for better or worse. Creating programs operated by the government and staffed by sympathetic women will not produce men, nor will it produce thriving communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Angie Anderson?
Good morning, Board. Thank you, Supervisor Steve Christie. We have an illegal invasion. Tucson is the center of attention, with NGOs financing the illegal invasion with our dollars. Due to the O'Keefe Media Group, OMG activist James O'Keefe, and Wisconsin Congressman Tom Tiffany. Watch for upcoming congressional committees and attention into how the Board of Supervisors is involved in funding the illegal invasion. Within the past week, criminal migrants have been arrested for raping a woman in Florida, murdering a college student in Georgia, murdering a 2-year-old in Maryland, sexual assault against a minor in Virginia, raping a 14-year-old girl, and stabbing a man in LA. Nobody is safe in Biden's America. Please tell me, supervisors, are we safe here in Pima County, considering Arizona's open border and your continued support of illegal migrants using our taxpayer funds? Thank you.
Kara Rainey, followed by Keith Van Heinigen, Corey Stevens. Our last speaker is Linda Welcher.
Hello, I am here today to implore the Board of Supervisors to deeply consider diversifying the folks appointed to the new Blue Ribbon Commission on the Pima County Adult Detention Center. The previous commission was overwhelmingly former law enforcement and folks from construction companies. As a member of the No New Jail Coalition, we implore the county administrator and the supervisors to work to create a new commission that not only reflects the diversity of the greater Tucson community, but is most importantly centered on the voices of those most directly harmed by the cycles of incarceration. I personally believe that it should be considered ethically immoral to create a commission that is filled with stakeholders who are not only committed to keeping the jail full, but are financially incentivized to maintain the current dysfunctional status quo. The wider community is watching, and opening up the membership of this newest commission to include critics, directly impacted families, and those doing community support work outside of the nonprofit industrial complex will be key to creating both legitimate and effective solutions that are actually supportive to creating a safer and more equitable Pima County that we are all longing for. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Van Heinigen.
Good morning. My name is Keith Van Heineken. I am a quarter-century Pima County resident, and I'm not happy about pretty much anything anymore. Let's say this unfinished business with South Tucson is a pathetic joke. It was created by the Ekstroms, Grijalvas, and Chuck Huckleberry. It's been a money pit ever since, an eyesore ever since. Oh, there's a hotel that finally burned down in the armpit of I-10. It's disgusting the way you people throw away our money. You've done it for decades. But that's the education system the Grove has built. Have a nice day. Now we're going to have a coliseum called the Mosaic Quarter. Isn't that special? Are we not bleeping entertained yet? Oh, I thought you were NIMBYs, not in my backyard. You've killed everything else in the last 25 years. Just ask Ray Carroll, what a moron. Now we talk about that illegal invasion. I wear black for the future. Up until the mid-90s, I was a contractor, formerly known as a mercenary. I have been in places most fear to tread. I can survive anywhere. But now it's here. You've brought Rwanda here. Dave Smith gave you a nice dream. I know the nightmare. Have a nice day.
You, Corey Stevens?
What exactly do you think happens after you ship hundreds of thousands of illegals off to their final destination? I guess CNN hasn't shown the real effect of your so-called humanitarian good deeds. Sanctuary cities like New York and Chicago. There are no lines of sponsors waiting to pick up the illegals they vouched for. Instead, they become that city's financial burden. Placed in yet another hotel, they are given debit cards preloaded with taxpayer money, cell phones, food, health care, and clothing, all at taxpayers' expense. Then there are illegals like Jose Ibarra from Venezuela, who brutally murdered and bashed in the skull of nursing student Laken Riley in Georgia. Where is the humanity in that? Adelita, you said it keeps you up at night not being able to continue providing services for illegals. Do you lose sleep over the thousands of homeless citizens of Pima County and Tucson living on the streets, starving and in crisis? Or are you more concerned about having a place for the illegals to go? I wonder what keeps the Riley family awake at night. As Supervisor Christie has said numerous times before, the Dems on this board created the problem when you got into the illegal asylum program by taking the federal funds. Now, instead of pause for pause, I suggest pause for people. And all the concerned leftist ideologues can line up to adopt an illegal, adopt a con, or adopt one of your unhoused neighbors. Now that's real humanitarianism.
Linda Welter? And Linda's our last speaker.
Good morning. My name's Linda Welter, and I'm representing business growth and expansion in Pima County as chair of the Tucson Metro Chamber of Commerce. I ask you to support the Mosaic Quarter development, and here's why. The numbers that benefit Pima County are staggering. In the time that I have, I'm going to go over just a few. The project represents a transformational opportunity for Pima County and its residents. Direct benefits to Pima County from Phase 1 over the master ground lease period are projected to come in the form of a ground lease payments of $25.5 million, property tax payments $7.3 million shared among taxing jurisdictions, and a 55% net project cash flow of $673.8 million. The average annual Pima County allocation of net cash flow during the 30-year debt service period is projected to be $6.4 million. The overall annual average allocation over the 40-year master ground lease period is projected to be $15.6 million. Beyond these benefits, there are significant broader effects in Pima County. New local spending. Phase 1 travel sports events are projected to generate $8.3 billion of new local spending across hotel, restaurant, retail attractions, transportation, and other miscellaneous Mosaic Quarter categories. Community jobs and local earnings supported. Mosaic Quarter Phase 1 travel sports events are forecasted to support 92,300 jobs, both new and existing jobs across categories of initial jobs, direct jobs, and indirect jobs, and induced jobs. New tax revenue. New tax revenues generated from Mosaic Quarter Phase 1 alone in the areas of property taxes and sales taxes to the state of Arizona, city of Tucson, and regional.
Your time's expired, but you can leave us your comments, and then we'll get a copy of each of them.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close the call to the audience and ask if any of my colleagues wish to ask that staff review a matter, wish to ask that a matter be put on a future agenda, or respond to a criticism made by a speaker. Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask that we take a really quick 5-minute break. Bathroom break, great. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and get started. If I can request from my colleagues if we can move 41, 14, 13, and then 29 through 31. A little out of order. We have some guests that would like us to, are eager for that vote, those votes, and so if we can do that. Any objections?
No.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
You were just saying we're just going to take them out of order. We're not going to address them all at the same time, right?
I'm sorry?
You're stating that we're going just to take them out of order. We're not going to address
Absolutely, yes. We're taking them out of order. So next would be 41, then 14, 13, and then 29 through 31 are together. Like the conversation will be together. The votes can all be separate. Is that okay?
Okay, and if you would just announce which item we're going to be addressing at each point, that would
Absolutely.
be great. And secondly, would you like me to signal my vote this way
Yeah,
or this way?
a thumbs up I think and thumbs down would be better because there's a little bit of a delay for you and I just want to make sure I don't miss it.
I'll do that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then feel free, like I'll keep looking up at you. So if you want to speak, feel free to say something or put your hand up and then I'll absolutely call on you. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course. All right. So now we're going to go to item 41. It's on the regular agenda. All of these are on the regular agenda. Okay. We have, this is a hearing, and so we have 4 speakers for this hearing item, and I'll go ahead and call on them, right? And then we do the action. Yeah. Lisa Van Von Geldern, sorry. Tara Ratliff, Pam Simon, and Patricia Maish. They could have 3. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I'd like to say that I am not an advocate of gun violence. I abhor it. In the hands of responsible, mentally stable people, gun violence is a very rare occurrence. I believe that many people who commit gun violence are not mentally stable. If you want to make a marked reduction in gun violence, you need to target mental health and strengthen our community's resources for treating it. Your ordinance states its purpose is to prevent the commission of crimes using firearms obtained in violation of state law, prohibiting the sale or transfer of firearms to prohibited possessors. Why do you need a local ordinance if the state has already addressed this issue? You claim that it in no way affects the possession, transfer, or storage of firearms because this chapter does not provide means by which firearm possession could be revoked or transferred, nor does it seek to regulate the storage of firearms. You do not address transfer of firearms in your explanation. I assert it is because this ordinance violates the transfer section of ARS 13-3108 and therefore is void. You left out the end of the statute you cited. It states, all ordinances necessary or proper to carry out the duties, responsibilities, and functions of the county which are not in conflict with any law of this state. This ordinance does conflict specifically with ARS 13-3108, prohibits the enactment of any local ordinance relating to the possession, carrying, sale, transfer, purchase, or use of firearms. Finding 3. You give 2 examples of state law on how the county has the duty to take action to preserve the health and safety of its inhabitants. How does taking action over the unauthorized use of our county seal relate to health and safety? And how does investigating nuisances, sources of filth, and causes of sickness in any way relate to firearms violence? Finding 4. What is your motivation behind singling out prohibited possessors? Are you trying to spread fear so that people will support your continued effort to regulate our guns? What about the criminals and mentally unstable people in our county? They are not all prohibited possessors. How will this ordinance help keep Pima County residents safe from all people who obtain guns for nefarious reasons and who could pose a threat to our health and safety? The simple answer, it won't and never will. This ordinance is a slap on the hand, not a deterrent to anyone who wants to obtain a gun. Finding 5. What I find interesting in this section is that state law includes undocumented aliens as prohibited possessors. Do you think that most illegals care about our laws and will abide by them? Finding 6. You state that most...
Your time's expired. Tara Ratliff, if you have written comments, you can submit those to our staff and we'd get copies. Just right there in the corner. Nope, ma'am, right there.
It's my understanding that
I'm sorry.
5 minutes per speaker.
We're
and you gave her
we're doing 3 minutes.
That's not the usual course of business. Is that not correct, Civil Deputy?
I believe that we've used 3 minutes in hearings in the past since I've been here. It's not an exception. Would you like to start or not?
Finding 6. You say most prohibited possessors abide by the law, but the next sentence say that they commit significant amounts of related crimes. How do you know? Where are your references? What is significant amounts? If most prohibited possessors abide by the law, then what % of our county is this tiny fraction that commit these crimes? Finding 7, you claim prohibited possessors routinely obtain guns. How do you know they routinely do this? Where are your references? You assert that these reporting requirements will assist in apprehension and prosecution. In no way does this prevent or deter someone from claiming that a gun was lost or stolen. How is a law enforcement officer supposed to evaluate that the person knew or reasonably should have known that the firearm had been lost or stolen? How can a law enforcement officer determine if an ordinary resident should know this? Will this lead to false convictions of law-abiding citizens? This is going to deter nothing. How? You don't explain how. Trying to skip because you took so many minutes from me. You state the purpose for this ordinance is to enforce the law for selling and transferring of deadly weapons to prohibited possessors. Let's look at the meaning of transfer. I can only assume that you don't mean a legal transfer of ownership, since that specifically relates to the prohibited possessors. And who in their right mind would legally transfer a firearm under those conditions? So it is very safe to assume that by transfer you mean change of possession, which is the legal definition of the word. This ordinance relates to the transfer or change in possession of a gun when it is lost or stolen. It violates ARS 133108 and is invalid. Theft of a gun is legally a transfer of possession, and in case of loss, if a person finds a lost gun, does it not transfer in possession from the owner to the finder? The reporting requirements specifically and legally mean a transfer of possession, which is strictly prohibited. I want to restate what I've said. Maybe you can actually hear this. I'm frightened and terrified when I see you working towards removing my rights. I feel extremely troubled by your attempts to influence legislatures, and it distresses me to see that you authorize spending of our taxpayer dollars in pursuit of this goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam Simon?
Good morning. Chairman Grijalva and members of the Board of Supervisors, I speak in support of this ordinance that amends the county code relating to law enforcement. And I want to thank Supervisor Scott for introducing this ordinance, because it simply is another tool to make this community safer. As many of you know, I'm a survivor of the January 8th shooting that involved Gabrielle Giffords. I know what it's like to have a firearm in the hands of someone that should not have a firearm, who put a bullet through my arm and into my chest. So this issue is very, very real to me. Any steps that keep firearms out of the hands of those who are a danger to the public is welcomed, and this is only a step. Everyone in this room, and especially all of you sitting there on the board, have families, and you want to protect those families, as do I. This ordinance will encourage those who lose their weapon or have it stolen to report it immediately. This will help our law enforcement a great deal. And I would say that a responsible gun owner would want to do that if their weapon was stolen or lost. So I think it would be safe to say that any law-abiding citizen that owns a gun would want it not to get in the hands of a prohibited possessor. This in no way violates the Second Amendment. This in no way endangers law-abiding citizens. Thank you very much. Thank you, Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Ms. Hyman. Patricia Mase?
Like Pam, I am a survivor of the Gabby Giffords shooting on January 8th, 2011. But unlike Pam, I am a very fortunate, physically uninjured survivor. But let me remind you that emotional wounds are real, true wounds. And I was going to say some of the things that Pam said, so ditto what Pam said. Then in response to a couple of other comments, mentally ill people are usually victims, not perpetrators. Of course, we don't hear about those. We only hear about the ones who have taken up firearms or other violence. So mentally ill people are mostly victims, not perpetrators. And it is a public health issue. The cost of gun violence in Arizona, and this is a statistic from several years ago, and I don't remember exactly the number, but the state of Arizona, from the 911 call, continuous to prosecutions, to supporting people with disabilities, to keeping people in institutions that have had brain injuries, costs the state of Arizona over $2 billion a year. The state of Arizona alone, $2 billion a year. That figure comes from Jen Longden, who's a former state representative who was shot 17 or 18 years ago and is in a wheelchair ever since. But so my comments are, these fines, these charges are a very small consequence for a very serious action that people do. And any small step is encouraging to me to change the trajectory of gun violence and to mitigate it in some small way. GVpedia is an organization that tracks a lot of gun violence. That's all they do. And they say a mandated reporting requirements for lost and stolen firearms will reduce gun trafficking and make it more difficult for criminals to illegally obtain guns. And the Giffords Law Center says an estimated 250,000 gun thefts incidents occur every year, with approximately 380,000 guns stolen annually. So that will make a small consequence. $300, I think, was your consequence charge for not reporting. That is a very small consequence for possibly saving some lives. And there's two people whose bracelets on here represent straw purchases and no consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else wish to speak on this hearing item? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and move to adopt ordinance number 2024-2, the Board of Supervisors relating to law enforcement amending the Pima County Code, Title 9.
I'll second it.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. And did you want to make a comment, Supervisor Scott? Please.
I do, and I'd like to draw my colleagues' attention to the letter that we received from Pima County Attorney Laura Conover, and I want to thank the county attorney and her staff, especially Chief Civil Deputy Sam Brown, who wasn't able to be here today because he is ill. And thank you, Mr. Jerkowitz, for filling in Mr. Brown's absence. Mr. Brown was instrumental in drafting this ordinance, not only consulting with the county attorney herself, but also with the Arizona Attorney General's office to make sure that we were on solid legal footing. I would like to refer everybody to the last paragraph of County Attorney Conover's letter. She says, in reviewing this proposed language and in consideration of its purpose, I strongly urge the board to consider revising the potential penalty from, quote, $300 for each violation to, quote, up to $1,000 for each violation, unquote. This small change would afford the county attorney the discretion to apply different fines depending on the circumstances to mitigate the chance of re-victimizing an ordinary citizen who loses a firearm or has one stolen by adding on an additional fine for failing to report, but allowing stiffer fines for individuals involved in straw purchases. So I would move, Chair Grijalva, to amend the ordinance in the fashion described by the county attorney.
I would absolutely accept that amendment. So what we're passing now is this, but the language would be up to $1,000 for each violation instead of the 300 listed.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead.
And if I could continue, the amendment that the county attorney suggested speaks to the prosecutorial discretion that I know the county attorney's office is going to employ when they are enforcing this ordinance. The ordinance is designed to combat straw purchases. The ordinance is designed to make sure that prohibited possessors do not obtain weapons. It is not designed, as the county attorney said in her letter to us, to re-victimize people who are actually innocent victims of the theft or loss of their weapon. It is designed to go after straw purchases. There is no risk, no threat to the Second Amendment or to law-abiding citizens. And it is predictable, but absolutely ridiculous to assert otherwise. And I have to say, and Ms. Simon made reference to this in her comments, when we consider the toll that is exacted on our society by gun crime and gun violence, this is a small step. It is an incremental step. However, we must always do what we can. The people we represent want us to take action against crime and violence. They want us to act to protect public health and safety. Unfortunately, the legislature in this state stands in the way of us doing as much as we would like to do and should do to protect public health and safety, but we must do what we can. So I would certainly encourage my colleagues to approve this ordinance. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you. The only other thing I would like to add is in part of, yes, I'll call on you right after Supervisor Christie. More than one of the things that our county attorney noted in her memo is more than 100 cases of crimes involving firearms are committed by prohibited possessors. And the goal is, again, to reduce that number. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess it's very obvious that it's election time because this is a flagship type of resolution that certainly gets everybody's attention, as the maker of the resolution knew it would. So consequently, just some observations. I don't really want some answers to it other than rhetorical. If I'm looking at this resolution correctly, let's say I'm Joe Good Citizen Smith, and I have a firearm, and I lose it for whatever reason. Now, it's incumbent upon me, based on this resolution, that once I realize I've lost this firearm, I march down to the police station and announce that I've lost a firearm, and then expect to be fined for announcing I've lost a firearm, for reporting it? Where's the compulsion here for anyone to look at the resolution, having lost a firearm, reporting it lost, and then being fined for reporting it? Secondly, we talk about the county attorney's letter and how she talked about flexibility. I'm thinking this flexibility she's looking for is that if Joe Good Citizen loses a gun and that gun is found later in another part of the town or the city or anywhere that this took place, is this citizen now going to be liable for reporting the gun stolen and then finding out later that that same gun was used in the committal of a crime? Where's the motivation for anybody to do that? Is this the flexibility the county attorney is referring to? Then we talk about other things. Are we opening up Pima County to numerous lawsuits with various entities, including issues with the state legislature, as this definitely has conflicts with it? And finally, I think the whole purpose of this resolution, and I think we're going to be seeing resolutions like this more and more as the political season commences, is that this is a typical diversion and detraction that my colleagues are familiar with, as they do quite a bit of this with resolutions like this, to take the minds and the eyes and the thoughts off the number one problem facing not only Pima County, but the state of Arizona and our country, and that is illegal immigration. This illegal immigration lays at the feet and at the fault of my Democrat colleagues on this board and the board before it. And the taxpayers and the voters are looking at this. And this is an opportunity for my colleagues to say, let's keep people's eyes off this problem of illegal immigration and center it and divert it to another red flag issue, gun control. That way we don't have to be held accountable for the mistakes we made with the illegal immigration problem. So I have to obviously say that this is a ineffective bill. It doesn't address the issues that I think people are trying to find. It is clumsy in its attempt to try to make some sort of a reclamation to reality that if you lose a gun, it's incumbent upon you to report it and then get fined to do it. We're going to be definitely in conflicts with other entities that are going to take exception with this. And speaking of the immigrant problem that my colleagues and the board prior to it created, how do we address that? The gun running that's coming across the border, the issues with gun abuse and violence that are coming across the border. There's nothing about this. They're expected to be exempt from all that because they're certainly not going to follow our gun laws if they're here illegally anyway. So I expect to see more resolutions like this, more ways to divert attention away from real problems. And those real problems were created by my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jerkowitz, can you respond, please?
Chair Grijalva, the ordinance makes it unlawful to fail to report to a law enforcement agency if there is a loss or a theft of a firearm. It only makes it unlawful to report to law enforcement if it's a knowing false report, which is also illegal under Arizona law currently. So if a person makes a good faith report to law enforcement that a gun has been lost or has been stolen, there would not be liability for that.
Thank you for clarifying that. Any other question? Supervisor Hines.
Madam Chair,
I'm going to call on Supervisor Hines and then I'll call on you, Supervisor Christie. I know, I'm sorry, there's a delay, but Supervisor Hines and then Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I plan on supporting this ordinance. I appreciate that we're discussing it. Having been in the legislature for 4 years and having been frustrated for all 4 of those years with regard to inaction at the state level on matters pertaining to gun safety, gun violence, I think it's important for everyone to know that while we can do small things here, the most impact is going to be at the state level. And based on, unfortunately, my Republican colleagues, it seems pretty clear to me, and has been for decades now, that the only way that we're going to see any really impactful, meaningful reform that affects gun safety and affects the number of people with bullet holes that show up in all of our hospitals is if there's a Democrat governor, Senate, and House in the state of Arizona. So I just, not to get too political, but that seems to be the way it's going. Secondly, I believe the country, like Mexico, is suing multiple gun manufacturers in the United States, a case that was recently allowed to move forward because of the just sheer quantity of weapons that are flowing south. They're not coming in with folks at the border seeking asylum. These weapons are going south, and gun manufacturers know damn well what they're doing. And that's why the country of Mexico is actually suing American gun manufacturers to help to stem that flow. So with respect to my colleague, Supervisor Christie, I think you're wrong on that.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did not see the reference that Mr. Jerkowitz referred to in the resolution stating that if I, as no good citizen, finds my revolver stolen or missing or gone, that I will be absolved from any fine if I report it. It doesn't seem to say that. Good faith? I didn't catch that.
Yeah,
am I missing something there, Mr. Jerkowitz?
Thank you. I'll call on Dr. Mr. Jerkowitz, just to be clear, this is an ordinance, not a bill or it's an ordinance. Yes.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah, that's what I just wanted to make sure in case people are listening. Go ahead.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, the ordinance makes it unlawful for any person to fail to report to a local law enforcement agency the knowing loss or theft of a firearm. There is an exception for false reporting, that if it is unlawful for any person to report to a local law enforcement agency that a firearm has been lost or stolen, knowing the report to be false. So it's only false reporting to law enforcement that would incur liability.
Okay.
But, Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Christie.
If I report that I lost a firearm, will that absolve me of being fined?
That's correct, Supervisor Christie.
And Madam Chair and Mr. Jerkowitz, where explicitly does it state that in the ordinance?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, it doesn't say that explicitly. It only makes it unlawful to fail to report.
Madam Chair and Mr. Jerkowitz, I'm sorry, I don't think you addressed in any way, shape, or form the issues that I was raising. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other, Supervisor Lee?
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I would like to comment that I agree with Supervisor Hines, because if the House and the Senate do change to be Democratic, and we do have a Democratic governor, I would vote in this county for us to ban the sale and use of AK-47s, because my belief is those are only used to hunt humans, and you don't use those kinds of weapons to hunt deer or other animals. So I really hope that happens this November, and while I'm still here, make it ban the AK-47.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Yes, Madam Chair, one final comment.
Supervisor Christie.
One final comment to Mr. Jerkowitz. Could you please address the issue that if I report my gun being lost or stolen, and that gun is later found to have been involved in a criminal act or a violent act, Are there any safeguards that if I have reported it duly that it was stolen, that I would be immune from being charged for allowing a gun to be used in a crime that was stolen from me?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, there is not.
There is not.
Correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote on this item, please.
Okay. This is to adopt as amended. Supervisor Christie.
That was a no.
Supervisor Hines.
Yes.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
Yes.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes. Item passes 4-1. Thank you. While we're here and addressing other hearings, can we go ahead and address 42 and 43?
Sure.
Get those out of the way? Okay. So item 42 is the rezoning. Oh, and I have one speaker. Are you going to speak in opposition of this item, Mr. Myers? Yes? Okay. So yeah, if you want to go ahead and come forward, I'll announce it while you're coming up. This is a rezoning. The Pascoyaqui tribe, represented by the planning sector, requests a rezoning of 1.46 acres located in the southwest corner of Valencia Road and South Camino de Oeste. The proposed rezoning conforms to the Pima County Comprehensive Plan. Mr. Myers.
Thank you. My name is David Myers. I'm a resident of Pima County, not to the city of Tucson. My only suggestion is placing a bar in a residential area of mobile home parks is irresponsible, and having a cluster of food trucks with it, the noise, I look right down on it. I like to sleep. I'm an engineer. What I do needs some sleep, and I don't need a bar. The noise ordinance of the Pima County will be helpful, but an outside bar, put it in the building. I don't care what you do. Okay, it's just the outside part. Noise, I like sleep, and I look directly down on it in a mobile home. Sorry, I live in a mobile home, not a house. I'm kind of curious why across the street in the Indian reservation, they have the houses, put it there. Get it away from the mobile homes. We have enough problems so I can hear conversations outside. Since I have some time, this Mosaic thing, awesome. What I was surprised is the people that made the comments and spoke about it, they talked about money, they talked about taxes, don't care. My daughter is a graduate from Florida as a Division I scholarship playing basketball. The only way that she got seen is being a club member. You had to go to Seattle. It was I don't know which one's cheaper, the college or the club ball. But she was seen in Chicago, she was seen in Seattle, she was seen in Kentucky. These huge things, hundreds and hundreds of teams. Tucson really needs something like that. I'm from Phoenix. She had a club, we had a school, the club was really pushed. You learn that when you're in 7th grade, you have to register with the NCAA and then put in their classes as they go through if you want a Division I scholarship. These are things you don't learn in school. These are things you'll learn in clubs. Clubs are really important. They had a great time. And I think that besides the taxes and stuff, giving the kids an opportunity to be seen across the nation is crazy important. They just won't have it happen if they don't do that. And it's just a great way to get scholarships and to be seen and to meet people. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Please come forward. Thank you. And do we need to fill out a card? Yeah, we'll get you a card to fill out eventually.
Okay.
You can go ahead and speak and then we'll get you the card. Thank you.
I'm Josh Rees. I'm a Pima County resident, but also an attorney for the Pascoyaqui tribe. Just want to point out that there's no plan of putting a bar there. It's kind of an outside area for some food carts and things like that. It's no plans for a bar. And then just wanting that rezone so that they can use it. We have some land right next to it that they're going to put a business incubator site that's already zoned properly to do that. And so this is just kind of to allow local vendors to be able to set up shop and have just a kind of a robust area there for, people to get their businesses off and going. Thank you.
We have people currently parked there, right?
No.
That area?
No, across across the street there's the old Circle K, and then behind that there's a food cart. But that area, there's not much there right now.
Right.
And then there was a bar there before. It's an indoor bar, but that's getting torn down. So
Okay, great. Thank you.
thank you.
Any other people who wish to speak on this item? Okay. With that, I will now close the public hearing. And I'll go ahead and move approval of the rezoning subject to standard and special conditions.
I'll second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Supervisor Christie put his finger up. All right. Item number 43 is a hearing, type 2 conditional use permit.
Madam Chair, could you please depict which finger I put up to make everybody.
I will. Now I'll say, he put up his thumb. Yes, thank you. I think that's helpful. Yeah, thank you so much. I would be smiling if it was any other finger, so. All right. This is Arevalo and West Ajo Way. This is a request of a type 2 conditional use permit for a tire shop and brake and tire repair shop. And this is approximately 120 feet northwest of the intersection of Ajo Way and Sasabe Highway. The address is 16200 West Ajo Way. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition of this item? Or anyone to speak in favor of this item, if anyone is here? Okay, great. So I'll go ahead and move to close the public hearing and approve subject to standard and special conditions.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thumbs up. Item passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, so now we'll go on to item number 14. This is the additional fiscal year 23-24 gap funding for affordable housing development and preservation. Administrator Lesher, did you want to speak on this or ask staff to address this item?
Chair Grijalva and members of the board, what came up at the last meeting was a continuation of this item to look at funding, a request to fund one other project, and ask staff to comment. As I note in the memorandum, we support the progress of the awards that have occurred to date. Should the board wish to add the additional property, we would recommend that you go back and make whole the one before it that was a partial funding, and then bringing the total to $1,484,316. Should the board wish to approve those projects, we would recommend then the board make the determination of whether those additional funds should come out of this year's contingency fund, or assuming that the board wished to continue funding for gap housing in, next year, that it be taking out of that $5 million allocation.
Okay, thank you. What I would like to recommend is that we go ahead and move forward with $1,485,316 to for the additional projects. And as much as I don't want to say this, I think that we should look into deducting that from next year's allocation and look to the contingency fund. And if it is like it was this year, where we have additional capacity, that we make that $5 million whole again, back to $5 million.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. I understand, I mean, this, this is a very important project to all of us in Pima County, but I want to make sure, we're asking departments, we're having departments consolidate, we're looking at a lot of other cost-saving measures, and I just want to make sure that we understand what our fiscal outlook is before we commit additional dollars without making any other contingency. That makes sense. Did anyone have anything to add? Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Yes, I would like to say that from my own point of view, although I absolutely agree that we need more affordable housing, I always believe that there is a process, and to take from next year and allow those individuals to come forward with their other proposals and then be hindered if we took the money away from next year, I look at that as unfair. And I would hope that my colleagues would agree with me.
Yeah. And I do. I think that what I'm optimistic that we will have, I mean, we had a healthier contingency than we thought we would at the end of this previous fiscal year. I hope that that's the case because I do agree. The other thing I think is going to be really important is to make public the fact that, we're going to continue to add safeguards, but that I didn't think that anything was wrong with the way the evaluation process happened. I think that staff did everything that they needed to do. I think that everything was very on the up and up, and I feel that some of the suggestions made by Supervisor Scott encouraging more conversation within projects will help there to be a greater consensus, so we don't have the issue of people coming back sort of picking apart the process, because I do think that every time we've done this, the process gets stronger. I feel like this feedback is going to do that. And so I just wanted to make sure that I appreciated and thanked the staff and all of the evaluators, because I think you all did a really good job, and I don't want this to be seen as some sort of negative comment on how the process was conducted, because I think you all have done a really great thing considering the fact that 2 years ago this process didn't exist at all. So we're building it as we're flying. It's like we're in the airplane and we're trying to continue to improve the flight while we're in flight. So I just wanted to make sure to say that. And then also appreciate that the need for housing is so critical, the same way that when we dedicated additional funds out of what we were going to already spend for roads, we fronted that. I feel like that's a little consistent to what we've been doing here at the county, where when there's a critical need, we're fronting those projects. I feel like this is another opportunity to do that. Any other? Yes, Supervisor Hines.
I would like to echo just about all that. One slight change. There is, in my opinion, not a critical need to drive, but there is a critical need to have shelter. So it is my hope, like Supervisor Lee articulated, that we can maintain at least 5 million, maybe more for next year. But I think I would like to clarify, just for folks, me, but also the public, we have a contingency, like there's a set aside for contingency. What is that balance, and for how many more months does that have to hold us over until there's a reset, number one. Number two, there's a separate kind of contingency fund for inflation stuff, right? So could you just do a quick rundown of that for me/everyone so we know what we're talking about?
Chair, thank you. Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Hines, we have just about $4 million left in the contingency fund. We have from now till June 30 for that contingency. The inflation contingency fund, we have about $2 million left in that.
Okay.
Again, through June 30.
And if we could ask staff to, bring back this item with the possibility of infusing the 1.4, almost 1.5 million back into the 5 million, should we, and we can have a discussion about where we are at the contingency at the end of June, maybe beginning of July. Does that make sense? All right. Okay. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no.
I said no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Item passes 3-2 with Supervisor Christie and Lee voting no. Okay, thank you. Now we are
Madam Chair?
Yeah, Supervisor Christie.
Madam Chair, for the consideration of the chair and the board, may I suggest that the board address the following agenda items in total: 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and stopping at 26.
Okay, these are the items that you want to be able to vote on, Supervisor Christie? I know you have a hard stop.
That we address them in total.
I'll second.
And you want them addressed all at one time? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let me go through really quickly. Item number 16, which is similar to item 8. So I think we would be able to take both of those together, 8 and 16. Item number 17, 18 is election board worker appointments. 19 is the annual vehicle exemptions. 20 is internal data sharing agreement. 21 is legal representation. 22 is drug court services, enhancing drug court services. 23, development services. 24 is HOPE for SAMHSA funding. 25 is accepting, it's an award for community workforce development, and another 26 is for fleet services. The only thing that I will kind of say before we vote on it, and you move those items, and then Supervisor Scott seconded, correct?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
can we include 8 in that list? Supervisor Christie?
Absolutely.
Okay.
As long as it's noted how my continuous attempts at streamlining these meetings is appreciated
We
by my
greatly
colleagues.
appreciate that. Yeah, and so the only thing I will say is for item number 23, I'd like information about why we can't do that in-house. And that's the diligence systems. Okay? All right, so with that, I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Items passed unanimously. All right. So now, let's see. We'll go to item 14. I gotta check off all my little boxes here. Oh, we did 14, I'm sorry.
We just addressed
13,
14.
13, we did, sorry, 13. Is update on county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva and members of the board. Today, we're going to focus on the Transition Center, provide an update on that. I'll turn it over to Deputy County Administrator Holmes, who will introduce the other staff who are here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, members of the board, Administrator Lesher. I have here with me leaders of our Transition Center staff, Doyle Morrison, who's our program manager, and Erica Godinez, who's our justice navigator. I think this story is better told by the people that are actually doing the work in the center. I have our director for justice services, Kate Vesey, and myself here to answer questions, but we have a presentation that I'd like both Doyle and Erica to lead, so I'll pass the mic to them for the presentation.
Thank you. Wrong presentation, though. They'll get it. Okay, great.
Okay, as we kind of get this going and wait for him to get the slides up.
Can you go back to the beginning?
There we go. All right. Well, let's go ahead and just start on the next slide, if you would, please. Next slide, please. There we go. All right. Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors members, Administrator Lesher. My name is Doyle Morrison. I'm the program manager for the Transition Center. And to my left, this lovely young lady is Erica Godinez, who is one of our great justice navigators. We've been asked today to kind of come to you and just kind of share some with you our 6-month update on where we're at in the Transition Center today. So we're going to start off with just kind of giving you a little bit of an overview, talk about the population and the people that we kind of serve and working at the Transition Center, some of the outcome data that we have for the last 6 months, and then kind of we really want to touch base on some of the success stories because that's why we do it. Next slide, please. As we all know, and some of us are privy to, the whole purpose that we kind of opened this project and the reason we're doing what we're doing is to engage with individuals that are leaving custody, leaving detention from the jail. Now, there's a few different ways that they do that, but we'll talk about that later. But our main goal of dealing with these individuals, supporting these individuals, is connecting them to existing services in the community. Our goal was not to duplicate any services. We have a robust community out there of community-based organizations that do great work. Our goal is to be that conduit, to be that warm handoff, to help them get to those services, to remove any obstacles they may find in being successful. We offer direct support also through court reminders, follow-up, outreach, and just coming alongside them, because one of the key points is we are individuals with lived experience, so we come alongside them to support them through the process and give them resources, whether it be transportation, cell phones, whatever we can find and provide to remove obstacles of being successful in transitioning out of detainment and being successful in making their court dates and so on and so forth. As we noted earlier, we all have lived experience, which we think is vital and the key to our success. We make sure individuals understand we are not law enforcement, we are not probation, parole. We're individuals that have been in their shoes, individuals that have come out of some sort of detainment or some sort of incarceration and had to do this on our own. So we're here to give back and hopefully get them to where we're at and make sure they're successful. Next slide. As you can see by this beautiful map, where we're located, right outside the jail. We are outside, as they call the wire. We are open to public. People can walk up to our doors at any time, come in, ask us questions, and many have. We've had individuals from being released from DOC, individuals that saw our open house on the news and said, hey, I just want to come see if I can volunteer. We have many people that just walk up for many different reasons to see how they can support us, receive our services or our help, and we want to make sure that we're just there. We welcome them with open arms to support in any way we can. So right outside the jail on the east side in the white and blue building. Next slide, please. Talk a little bit about our population served. Our initial target population were individuals that were leaving the pre-transitional modular for coming to the pretrial services. Individuals that were not booked but were screened by pretrial services and released on their own recognizance. We kind of have a gateway or a chute that kind of guides them to our trailer. Once we get the call from pretrial services, our navigators go outside, meet them in the chute, introduce themselves, and start the engagement, connecting with these individuals to figure out how we can support them and help them. And hopefully, if they're open to it, because it's all voluntary, they walk with them inside the transition center. We sit down, gather some more data information about them, and figure out what we can do to help them be successful and remove any barriers to that success or any obstacles. As we're transitioning and moving forward, we're continuing to look for opportunities to help individuals, and now we're really working on trying to get inside the jail to support individuals that may have not been released through pretrial services, but we're actually taken in for booking and are in the observation area or in the assessment area, to figuring out how we can get the information to them to let them know if they are released on their own recognizance, we're outside the jail, we can help those individuals. And we're also eventually working towards helping individuals that when they get released from whatever time they may have served, whether that's 2 days, 20 days. We've had individuals that have served 2 years and showed up on our doorstep in just t-shirts, flip-flops, and jeans asking for help. We want to make sure that we have a no wrong door policy. Anybody who's in need of services, transitioning out of some sort of detainment, we have an open door to have them come by and say we can help them. If we can't, we can get them in touch with somebody who can. And we really want to make sure that people understand that. Next slide, please. This is our beautiful facility, our modular outside the jail. It did get painted thanks to the behest of some other folks. It did have an orange stripe around the top, kind of looked like an In-N-Out burger, so we got it painted to try and make it a little more different. So we appreciate the support on that one. We're glad we have the nice blue and white one now. But if you look at kind of the numbers, since for the last 6 months from August to February, we've encountered and dealt with around 500 individuals, a little under 500. We've reached over 500 to date. And when you look at those individuals, 416 were unique, which means their first time coming through. Those individuals, about 97% of it accepted some sort of assistance, whatever that may be. 57% identified as homeless. And the average age was 39, which was surprising to us about individuals we were dealing with and their average age. We helped individuals to get cell phones and also car rides to different areas. You look at the numbers there for support. One of the biggest issues is individuals being able to be contacted and supported, and us being able to connect with them. So we've got a grant that supplies cell phones for certain individuals that meet qualifications. And also the biggest issue is individuals leaving the jail and getting transportation to their next step, whether that's home to a safe environment, to treatment, to a rehab, or wherever that may be, making sure that they're not spending the night out in the environment unsheltered, trying to figure out what their next steps are, and maybe even reverting to some of their past behavior just to survive. If you look at the highlight in red, it shows you about 90% of the individuals served through this center were not rebooked within 30 days, which we think is a significant feat for us, and we're happy about that. And we think as we continue to move forward and grow, we can hopefully make that number better and over a longer period of time as we get more people into resources. This was based off a baseline of 73. Next slide, please. One of the things we want to do is, when we talked about expanding our program to serving more individuals outside of the pretrial services modular inside the jail and leaving the jail, is we're trying to come up with some different ways to approach that and do that. One of the things we've done is we've identified a video to be played in the holding area, in the assessment area, where individuals can understand how to get to us through this video. So we'll take a second real quick if we can pull that up and play that to give you an idea of what we're talking about. Hopefully it works. Please excuse the Tyler Perry lookalike in the video. Can we get a full screen?
Hello, my name is Doyle R. Morrison, and I am the program manager for the Pima County Transition Center, just east of the jail complex. Come see me and my team if you need support after you release, if you have not been set up with a discharge plan. All of us at the Transition Center are peers who have been in your shoes navigating the justice system. We understand the challenges you're facing, and we are here to help. We can connect you to community resources like housing, food, jobs, transportation, cell phones, treatment, and more. It's free. No tricks, no gimmicks. To get to the Transition Center, ask your CO for directions, or after you exit the facility and visit the property window, follow the signs and the blue line on the crosswalk to the Transition Center. We are less than 2 minutes away. Take a few steps so we can help you with your next step. Look for the gray and blue building. Remember, the Transition Center can connect you to community resources like housing, food, jobs, transportation, cell phones, treatment, and more. Come see us. Follow the signs, the crosswalk, and the blue line to the Transition Center.
Thank you for watching that. We do also have... Okay. We also do have a Spanish version that Erica does for that as well. That gives them the exact directions and follows the same format. We're utilizing that to be played inside the holding area so individuals understand that once they get released, or they can come see us and we can support them. We're also working with a handout, if I can give you a copy so you can see what we're talking about here, is a sheet.
No. Here,
Okay.
Kate will take it. Yeah, I'll take it.
All right. We've also created a handout that will be given out with their property for them to hold their legal documents in, that also gives us information about where we're at, who we are, and what we do, so that we make sure that we can adequately make sure those individuals know where we're at and see us for support as well. So we're trying to do a couple different things to open and broaden the individuals that come through our door so we can support as many individuals as possible. Next slide, please. The biggest piece is the individuals that we support, the individuals that we touch, and the individuals that work with us to make a difference and get them going. So I want to take this opportunity to let Erica kind of share some success stories about some of the individuals we worked with, because that's why we do what we do.
Thank you. So basically, the two individuals I wanted to discuss today have had amazing success coming into the Transition Center. One gentleman was released after being in custody at Pima County Jail for 19 months. He came to us, multiple arrests in his history, a lengthy history, let's put it that way, and a lot of behavioral health issues as well. This individual, we were able to do cross collaborations with the Pima County Superintendent of Schools program, Cycle Breakers, to get him involved. They have a 3-level tier program which focuses on education, behavioral health services, and employment. He was immediately placed in employment. He was engaged. We were able to coordinate and engage with the local behavioral health practice in order to get him engaged engaged for his DV classes that were required as part of his probation, and we are engaged with probation with him as well. This individual was placed in a transitional housing program for 90 days based on his employment, engaging in school. He is now about to take his last, if he hasn't already taken it, his last test for his GED. He was able to do 3 of his courses while he was incarcerated. Now he's out and he's about to complete his last one. This individual just signed a 1-year lease for an apartment on his own, and he actually moved in on the 1st of this month. So he continues his road to recovery. He is working on the issues that have placed him in custody multiple times throughout his life from his teenage years into adulthood. This individual has been incarcerated from the age of 15 up to the age of 29. So we are now seeing progress in his life, and he continues to remain engaged. He didn't just engage, get what he needed, and left. He remains engaged with these programs at this time. Adult probation is about to reduce him down from IPS services down to standard supervision. So the other individual that we have came to us from DOC. Now this individual, again, like the first participant, has been in custody most of his life. He started at the age of 15, he is now 32, came out of DOC custody, and came home to find a broken home, essentially. So Pima County Probation placed him in transitional housing, paid for 3 weeks, and he was kind of left out at that point. So we jumped in, we got the call, asked if we could help out. We were able to find transitional housing for him. We worked with Cycle Breakers again, and we were able to get him connected with One Stop for workforce development. We gave him a couple of different locations where he could go look for employment that were looking immediately, and he got a job. So 2 days later, I get a text message from an owner from the restaurant that he is working at now and said that this guy is a find, and appreciated him because he's a good employee. He continues to remain employed. He is now housed. He has his own apartment. We were able to collaborate with PAC to get his 2 dogs taken care of while he was in transitional housing. He now has his dogs back as well. So PAC was able to help us with his program too. He continues his education journey as well, as he has completed his 3rd test for his GED. As well, he is another individual that continues his work on his recovery. So these are some samples of the success stories we have both within the Pima County jail system and with the Arizona Department of Corrections. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we're gonna just open it for questions.
I just want to thank you all for your work. I think providing the community with success stories really make the services that you're providing come to life, because when you listen to even participant G, his whole adult life has been incarcerated, and so to be able to get the kind of services and connections needed to be able to get him to this point is amazing, and will hopefully deter him from, he can now seek services versus kind of falling back to maybe other things that he's looked to in the past. So I really appreciate the success stories. I think they're amazing. I know that we had, there are 2 positions that the city was funding. My understanding is one of those positions is currently funded. Is that one of the positions it's filled. Is that correct? One of the 2?
Supervisor Grijalva, hello, Good morning. Yes, the city of Tucson has hired somebody. They just started yesterday.
Okay.
And so they're going through new employee orientation, and they are in the process of hiring the 2nd person.
Okay, because I think that partnership is really important, and I think it's critical to what we're doing, and so I'm glad to hear that because there's always hiring delays. I understand that, and I wanted to make sure the last time that I visited with Mr. Morrison, it was like, this is our team now, we're still filling the team up, and so when you get to capacity, I think that will be a really, really great thing for our community. Thank you all.
And we are fully staffed at the transition center
except for the one
staffed. For county staff, we're fully staffed.
Yeah, perfect. All right, questions. Supervisor Lee, then Supervisor Hines.
Well, first, I'd like to thank Doyle and Erica for their wonderful presentation. Obviously, Kate Vesley for her leadership, and Deputy Administrator Holmes for his leadership. This is really a best practice in the nation, and I really commend all of you and all the employees that are making it happen. When I read Administrator Lesher's memo, I saw that we're going to extend hours, if not to weekends. Is that correct? Because those individuals get released all days. So is that correct? We're extending the hours?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Lee, that is correct. We're going to be extending, as soon as the second person from the city, that will give us the bandwidth to extend into the weekends and later in the day as well.
Thank you very much.
What are the hours now?
Chair Grijalva, it is 8 a.m. to midnight, Monday through Friday. With the 2 additional staff, we are looking at, it won't initially be full weekends, but we are hoping to expand as much as we can with these new individuals.
Okay, great. Thank you. Supervisor Hines.
I just want to echo what you've already heard. This is exactly what we're supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be rehabilitative and like meaningful, and not just, jails and prison settings are just kind of grad school for criminal, additional criminal knowledge and networking, and sorry, it's the way that things are now. And this is exactly what it is supposed to be. It's supposed to be helping people get stepwise to a place where this is not something that hopefully they will ever in their lives have to come and face again. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. And I want to echo my colleagues in thanking and congratulating all of you. Just like the navigators in community and workforce development, the Justice Navigators serve a really valuable purpose in that they let people know what the county can do for them and what other entities in the community can do for them. And I just am such a fan of the Navigator model and appreciate how you've applied it to the very unique population that you're working with. But I'm going to take advantage of this presentation to ask Ms. Lesher for some follow-up with the board in the future, because it was about 10 months ago, Mr. Holmes, that you talked with us about the concept of a consolidated warrant resolution center. And we have discussed that in other contexts, including when Judge Bergen was here back in December. He indicated in his response to the questions that I had for him that he was going to follow up with you and ask you to make a presentation to the working group. But I would like to know 2 things. First of all, where are we with planning a consolidated warrant resolution center along the lines of what you described to us in May of last year? And secondly, I know that you were doing, for lack of a better term, a pilot project with Justice Court, that you had talked with Judge Pesqueda about doing that with her and the other JPs, and just wanted to get a status report on that as well when we get that report from Ms. Lesher, unless there was something you wanted to share today. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Supervisor Christie.
Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate the team's response to the Tucson Crime-Free Coalition's concerns. They've been very open to these issues that are very near and dear to the business community and to the neighborhood communities that are suffering from a lot of the issues that the transition center is addressing. So I'm very glad that everybody seems to be collaborating and everybody's at the table. I read in a Tucson Crime-Free Coalition newsletter this morning that they expressed their appreciation for the work as well. So I have to say, as far as something that's very troubling and potentially divisive in our community, this whole project and affair seems to be bringing people together in a very unifying effect. And I just hope it continues that way, and I'm thankful if it does. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, thank you so much for your update and presentation. It's very helpful. And whenever you want to come back, and let us, give us updates. I encourage you to do that. And I'll give you a time certain so you don't have to sit in the back as long if you'd like to. Yeah. All right. Thank you. I'm sorry, we can't take questions from the audience. Thank you, though. All right. So now we're going to move on to item 29 through 31. All right. And that is, get to it. 29 is the Mosaic Quarter development. And we've had a lot of speakers come to speak about it. And I know the presentation is a little, involved, and it's very complicated, and it goes over 3 items on our agenda. So I'm going to turn it over to Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much. Chair Grijalva and members of the board, I wanted to take just a minute, I think, to remind us of how we got to this point today, if you will. We were, Mr. DeBonis Jr., Carmine DeBonis Jr. is also here for questions, and I want to highlight Mr. DeBonis as he's been really the lead on this project and doing extraordinary work. But we were going through the history yesterday, remembering we started in 2014 when the board first acquired some 167 acres when it looked at the reimagination of that entire part of our community and what it could mean into that area. We began in 2016 when a consultant was hired to really look at what was the best mix, what is it we wanted to do out there around and adjacent to a sports facility. So first got some assistance to find out what we could put there. If you remember, in 2018 is when we first started with the pickleball courts, as well as a variety of lighted soccer fields out there. So we began some development, and then while we had a consultant, then we went to the requests for statement of interest in 2019. We reviewed those to really understand, once we heard people's interest, what it is we might want to look at as a county as the potential scope, and to help us figure out what those next steps might be. That led to statement of qualifications, which occurred in 2020. That really was the identification of what we believe to be really the most innovative solutions. We received 2 companies who submitted response at that point, which then went to the next step, which was a request for proposals. We received those later in 2020, and in October of 2020, Knott Development was selected as the master development partner. We came back in July of 21 with the pre-development agreement that went before the board. And since that time, I know the board has been receiving regular updates on all that has occurred. But I want to be clear, and as you look at all of the materials that came today, it is a complicated issue. I wanted to remind us of that history because it went through consultants and statements of interest and statements of qualifications and requests for proposals to ensure that we had the right partner. And during this time, I'm sure that July of 21 to today, for government people, maybe it was a little bit slower. I'm sure it's not felt quite as speedy for the folks from Mosaic Quarter, but we worked with outside legal counsel. We worked with outside financial advisors. We went through a variety of consultants to ensure that what we believe to be an extraordinary opportunity for the growth and the expansion in this part of the community and for the entire community provided little to no risk for Pima County. As you'll see in the reports, we spent some time making sure that this did not impact our bond rating in any way, did not negate or decrease our bond rating. We've spent time making sure that all the financials, should Armageddon occur, it's still not going to have that negative impact on the county. And what we look at, Mr. DeBonis and I were remembering this morning, we built a facility out in that neck of the woods as part of the Keno development that has been through some very difficult times. We lost the White Sox, we lost Major League Baseball, and then there was a pandemic, and we've made it through that. So we believe that with the expansion, of what you're going to hear about today from Frank Knott and his partners and the team, and from Mr. DeBonis, is the result of a decade of work to reimagine and reinvent this part of the community. And I believe that what we're presenting today is what we believe to be the absolute right partner at the right time to take this project forward. So what I'd like to do is introduce Mr. Frank Knott, who will give us a presentation about Mosaic Quarter. It's a little long, but this, as we've mentioned, is very complicated, and we want to make sure we're answering any questions that not only the board but the public might have as well. Mr. DeBonis is here. Ms. Moulton is here, who, as I mentioned, has been very involved in the financial financial aspect as well. Mr. Knott, if you could please, thank you.
Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, good morning and welcome to Mosaic Quarter. Do you mean to wait for Chair Grijalva? No, I'm just with 1 minute to go. We may be discussing the approval of lease documents today, but it boils down to two core aspects of the relationship. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. It boils down, the entire complicated transaction boils down to two facets: leasing county land at market rate and receiving a 55% share of project cash flow in return for taking the limited risk of potentially assuming the project's debt obligations. Everything else in those documents, as technical as they may be, boil down to those two principles. And we'll get into the technicals of them. But what we're seeking approval of today is the approval of a project that will positively impact all Pima County residents, one that will transform the local, regional, and national profile of Pima County. Now, I am humbled that I get to represent the work of over 100 team members, 24 community organization partners, and not to mention the input of thousands of Pima County residents. However, I am proud of the results of our work, and I'm honored to be the one presenting them to you. Now, the rendering you see on your screens of Mosaic Quarter may give you an idea of the aesthetic, but it doesn't show you one of the principal reasons why Mosaic Quarter will be so impactful. If I could have the next slide, please. What you just saw in that prior rendering is number 10, that small circle in the very center. Mosaic Quarter is physically sprawling across its 90 acres, with impact opportunities emanating from just its sheer size. Thank you, you can stop there. But even though Mosaic Quarter involves an array of amenities, today we're focusing just on phase one, and that is the area highlighted in blue for you. Phase one includes all of our required infrastructure, including its seminal anchor elements. The first is number 4 in a teal circle, the central utility plant. That is the foundation for our sustainability efforts. These efforts include cogeneration and solar parking arrays to produce campus power and chilled water, and other advanced technologies that use stormwater and available reclaimed water sources to make ice for skating so that we are not tapping into the aquifer. If I could have the next slide, please. Of course, we've heard about MQ Iceplex. If I could have the next slide, please, and MQ Fieldhouse. But what will actually happen at these buildings? If I could have the next slide, please. Mosaic Quarter will offer an assortment of sports and recreation programs, options for the novice, enthusiast, the casual athlete, or even the demanding athlete. Next slide, please. Opportunities for all to find their activity, sport, and passion. But it's not just about sports and recreation. Mosaic Quarter is a community asset. If I could have the next slide, please. It starts with collaboration. The Mosaic word in our name isn't just a word. It refers to the broad inclusion of people and organizations across the county. Now, while we're far from complete in our efforts to forge additional relationships, these 24 partnerships and collaborations are the bedrock of our community focus. Each relationship expands Mosaic Quarter's impact from athletics and entertainment to workforce development, support of small businesses, tourism, education, adaptive programming, healthcare, and more. As a community asset, Mosaic Quarter's goal, and our personal goal, is to find ways in which the site and its facilities can foster the expansion of services by local organizations. If I could have my next slide, please. But Mosaic Quarter's socioeconomic impact is not just external. Now, from the mosaic of all of our relationships and the knowledge that underserved children locally required additional support mechanisms came the Mosaic Foundation. Mosaic Foundation will impact local families by providing opportunities to access athletics, performing and visual arts, education, workforce development, fitness, health, and wellness programming across the entire county. But its relationship with Mosaic Quarter alone will be life-changing for local children. Over 8,600 children every year will find sports, recreation, and entertainment programming within reach. Over 1.5 million in annual grants ensure that all children, regardless of economic circumstance, can play. Can I have the next slide, please? In addition to our socioeconomic impacts, Mosaic Quarter has a profound economic community impact. 8.3, yes, sir.
Mr. Knott, excuse me, just in the absence of Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Hines had a question.
Yes.
So just real quickly, and thank you, Vice Chair Scott.
That's it.
Anyway, how did those numbers come about? The for the foundation, the 1.5 million and the 8,600 kids, like lower income folks that are being annually assisted. I just was wondering how you arrived at those numbers.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Hines. In our research locally, in talking to different service organizations that help children, and also talking to different athletic organizations, clubs, and recreational leagues, we discovered what they considered to be the parameters of how much support was actually needed in the community. And while I would love to be able to help 100% of children, it became an exercise in figuring out how are we going to best do that and mix it in with everything else that's happening at the site. And so those numbers, we attached not a dollar amount first. We actually decided to figure out what was the maximum support that we thought we could provide, and then figure out the dollars from that, which is what we did, and that's where we've ended up. Go ahead and continue. Okay. In addition to socioeconomic impacts, Mosaic Quarter has a profound economic community impact. $8.3 billion in new local spending from regional and national sports events. So how is this accomplished is a completely legitimate question. By working with tournament and event sponsors that have national profiles and a demonstrated ability of delivering events that parents and sports directors seek. Our belief is that travel sports generates community impact. It cannot be the bellwether of a business. Put more simply, I am not looking to have my bills paid by a family's decision from the East Coast to fly to Tucson to attend an event. That is financial and business suicide. When managed in a targeted fashion, though, travel sports events have an outsized impact on hotels, restaurants, retailers, attractions, transportation, and even casual miscellaneous spending. The result? Over 98 million guests visiting Mosaic Quarter during our stewardship of the site. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, from substantial new spending, Mosaic Quarter drives new tax revenues for all taxing jurisdictions. From property to sales to hotel surcharge taxes, Mosaic Quarter events continue their local impact to the tune of $917 million. $383 million of that is going to the city of Tucson. $45 million goes to the Regional Transportation Authority, and $481 million is state sales tax. Can I have the next slide, please? Along with new tax revenue, increased local spending creates a substantial impact on local jobs. Over 92,000 jobs supported, maintained, and created from Mosaic Quarter event-driven spending. Notice I said job support and not just jobs creation. That is intentional. With a metric of predictive spending, tournament spending, job creation as a solution becomes admittedly opaque. We utilize industry-leading software and customized consulting solutions to measure the overall impact and environment created by consistent and significant spending. So we are not measuring just jobs created. My example would be the AC Marriott has a full staff of people that work on it. If we bring in 10 tournaments a year to Mosaic Quarter that utilize that hotel is not necessary. All of the jobs that are there are already filled. They're fully staffed and employed. Those people may get raises. There may be additional people hired, but I don't want to count just the people that get hired. An economy is no good if one new job cancels out an existing one. Now, there are 4 types of jobs that we track in our analysis. Initial jobs, those are the ones supported by the direct focus of Mosaic Quarter spending. An example, a tournament guest hotel or restaurant bill. Direct jobs are those supported in businesses reliant on the industry focus of that Mosaic Quarter spending. Technical language for a simple term, suppliers to hotels and restaurants. Indirect jobs, this might be the most convoluted term of all in economics, are those jobs supported in industries reliant on businesses creating the direct jobs, the category before. The simple answer to that is a supplier of truck parts to a supplier of hotel supplies. And lastly, induced jobs are those created as employees from the other 3 categories spend their money in the local economy. Any employee going to the grocery store, picking up their cleaning, or having their car repaired. Could I have the next slide, please? The combination of significant and consistent local spending with job support naturally means that local earnings are likewise supported. During our time of managing Mosaic Quarter, there will be $3.7 billion of supported earnings. These figures derive from the number and type of jobs supported by Mosaic Quarter-driven spending. Naturally, the largest support comes in the form of jobs held by employees of businesses directly receiving Mosaic Quarter dollars, hotels, restaurants, retailers, as a good example. Earning support then filters its way through direct jobs, indirect jobs, and induced job support. Can I have the next slide, please? Between local spending, new tax revenue, and community earning support, Mosaic Quarter represents a $12.5 billion community impact to the community. But there's one additional facet of Mosaic Quarter impact that also relates to local jobs and spending. Next slide, please. Jobs supported from the development and construction of Mosaic Quarter itself. Here, Mosaic Quarter has a dual impact, creating and supporting jobs while concentrating heavily on local development and construction professionals. For phase 1, Mosaic Quarter's development and construction jobs are on, as a total average, 70% local. Although the community impacts from spending and jobs are significant, there also is a return for the county itself. Next slide, please. $673.8 million in cash flow allocations from Mosaic Quarter. This is the number that represents Pima County's share of cash flow from phase 1. Of course, the question should be and does become, how does Mosaic Quarter generate these multifaceted returns? Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, Mosaic Quarter offers an array of recreational, athletic, and entertainment options. In total, our business is comprised of 183 business lines. Those businesses are split equally, roughly, into contractual and non-contractual revenue, which I will explain in just a minute. As a service-oriented business, diversification is paramount to fiscal performance. Each of our 183 lines of business only constitutes 0.55% of our gross revenue. That diversity in programming also generates opportunities to make activities affordable. On average, each activity session within a program at Mosaic Quarter costs a family $16. Diversity also ensures that travel sports doesn't cannibalize financial performance of the site. Unlike other sites, travel sports represents less than 12% of our gross revenue, yet as I stated earlier, it has the ability to provide outstripped economic and community development. Can I have the next slide, please? So what do I mean by the terms contractual and non-contractual revenue? We will see them again a little later. Contractual revenue is generally more reliable. It is customarily evidenced by multi-year contracts with organizations able to exclusively commit to Mosaic Quarter facilities. You'll see some examples of that on the left. Non-contractual revenue is always the most risky form of revenue. It involves dependence on a community being interested in programming and signing up piecemeal for activities or leagues, and you'll see some examples of that on the right-hand side. So with the community and Pima County impacts and an understanding of where revenue comes from, and how exactly does the relationship between the county and Mosaic Quarter work? Remember, the goal is, there's two goals: leasing the land from the county to develop and operate the project, and the county receiving 55% of the project's cash flow in return for taking what should be a limited risk that it has to step in and help with the debt service. Those are the two core principles. Admittedly, as you all and your staff have seen this past 2 weeks, some complex documents. Now, often, even the most elegant, simple result requires overly technical legal documents. That is the case with Mosaic Quarter. I can't hide behind that. Internally, though, we have a method of describing all these leases and the agreements that we have with the county that I hope cuts through all the technical language as it does for us. If I could have the next slide, please. A set of nesting dolls is a useful analogy for the 4 leases on which we seek approval. Let's move from left to right, so blue to teal. The blue doll represents the existing Mosaic Quarter development agreement. It forms the basis for the relationship between the county and Mosaic Quarter. Everything in the public-private partnership emanates from that document, but it already exists. It governs the public-private partnership, but it already calls for leases such as these to be entered into once we had finished development. The orange doll represents the master ground lease before you. Its single purpose is to lease the county's land to Mosaic Quarter. The green doll represents the Phase 1 ground lease that's before you. Its purpose is to segregate the Phase 1 portion of the land, use and have that leased to a special purpose entity to build the buildings for Phase 1. The purple doll represents what we call the Phase 1 lease that you have before you. Its purpose is to create the mechanism to provide the county with 55% of the Phase 1 cash flow. This is also the document where the county assumes the limited risk of stepping in to make debt service payments should revenue be insufficient from the project. The teal doll represents the Phase 1 operating lease that you have, and its purpose is to lease the Phase 1 buildings, MQ Iceplex, MQ Fieldhouse, and the Central Utility Plant. Take those and have them operated by our operating company and remove the county from any liability from operations or any sort of other issue from operating the buildings. So legally, we move from blue to teal. Financially, we actually go in the opposite direction. And as we go to, if I could have the next slide, please. And as we start to go through these leases, the purpose of the leases and how they treat cash flow is quite simply to have cash flow move from operations through each of the leases, and along the way have debt service paid, property taxes paid, ground rent paid, and not have any liability for the county, but also distribute to the county in there its 55% of the project cash flow, and ultimately, as the last recipient, Mosaic Quarter with its 45%. So the operating lease covers, simply as we said, the operations of phase one. Mosaic Quarter and its management team from Edge Sports operate the buildings and the programming. Revenues are generated, that is the top section of numbers. Management and operations expenses are paid, that is the middle set of numbers. And then highlighted for you are the 4 levels of rent that get paid from cash flow generated by operations. The first is basic rent, which is just equal to debt service. The second level rent is equal to property taxes. Third level rent is equal to ground rent. And then cash flow rent is every other aspect of cash flow. So every month when this rent is paid, we are taking net of operations, all 100% of cash flow and pushing it to the county. This is all money that's paid to the county under this lease. And then this lease is done. Let's have the next slide, please. We then move to the building lease, which is the purple dial. In this lease, the county is taking the revenue that it received in the blue and the teal lease, that's the green up top, the green highlights up top, and it is taking that money and it is agreeing to pay the rent that is highlighted in orange below. Again, basic rent is the debt service, second level rent is property taxes, third level rent is ground rent. In this case, though, the cash flow rent gets reduced because the cash flow rent that gets paid forward out of that lease is Mosaic Quarter's 45%, and the county, as highlighted in blue, retains its 55% of cash flow at this point. Right, next slide, please. So with the building lease taken care of, we now move to the ground lease, the phase one ground lease. And you'll see that the money paid in rent under the building lease is actually being used in this subground lease to pay rent ultimately upstream. So that rent's collected, that includes what ultimately will be Mosaic Quarter's share of cash flow, plus it also includes debt service, property taxes, and also ground rent. At this point, property taxes and ground rent are paid, or excuse me, debt service and property taxes are paid, and then the rent of ground rent and cash flow rent moves forward. Could I have the next slide, please? And lastly, the orange dial, the master ground lease, this is where the cash flow transactions end. The rent that was paid under the green lease goes to Mosaic Quarter Development. It pays its ground lease obligation to the county, and then it retains its 45% cash flow from the project. As I said, to accomplish a simple goal of 55-45 split and have it be between leases and segregating pieces of property, unfortunately, legally, it necessitates this. The end result, as reviewed by the county staff, the county's economic consultants, the county's lawyers, and even the credit rating agencies that cover the county's debt and make sure that the county isn't entering into anything disastrous, all of them understand and agree with the mechanisms that we've outlined here, as Administrator Lesher and Deputy Administrator DeBonis could confirm. So now, there's financial risk. We've already said that. That's part of the equation in terms of we're getting a 55% share of cash flow. How is the county protected from that risk? Next slide, please. The first is prioritization of cash flow. Debt service is paid first before anything else. The priority in all cases is debt service, property taxes, ground rent, then the county's cash flow share, then Mosaic Quarter's cash flow share. It has to happen that way in a structured finance transaction. Second, there are 3 reserves that are established exclusively for the payment of debt service. The first is our cash flow reserve. We are going to take our 100% of our cash flow for the first 2 years of operations, 26 and 27, and have that reserved as in defense of any situation where revenue might be insufficient to eventually cover debt service. We are also, as required by the Master Development Agreement, going to establish a debt service reserve. It initially starts with our deposit of $36.7 million. That grows from 2027 to 2056 to $99.5 million. And that grows through one of two ways: a return on AA and AAA credit rated assets, and also future contributions should we be required to make them to keep that reserve at a level where that reserve will always equal at least 3 times any debt service payment throughout the course of the project. And lastly, the county is proposing in the lease agreements to reserve 100% of its cash flow from the project as a debt service reserve. And the principal focus of this is to avoid an appropriations event. Should there be a problem, we'll go through the risks of what that looks like. The county staff would not want to be coming back to the board to ask for an appropriation of money. And with those...
Can I interrupt you really
Yes, ma'am.
quickly? Supervisor Christie?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead. You wanted to make a comment?
Yes, Mr. Dodd, I'm sorry to interrupt your presentation, and same to my colleague. I have to leave the meeting at 12:30 for a doctor's appointment I have to be there at, and I apologize, but I wanted to notify the board of my necessity to leave.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Knopf, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. So we look at 3 primary risks to this project. If I could have the next slide, please. One is completion risk. The buildings don't get completed on time and revenue doesn't start on time. Eventually, that will catch up with itself inside the transaction. There are 4 firms guarding against this risk. Hensel Phelps Construction, our design builder, has experience in constructing dozens of buildings similar to Mosaic Quarter. JLG Architects has designed over 100 community centers analogous to the Iceplex Fieldhouse and over 200 ice complexes similar to our Iceplex. And it has designed dozens of central utility plants analogous to Mosaic Quarters. Edge Sports Group, our facility management group, currently owns, manages, and originally built and financed 12 exact replicas of Mosaic Quarter from a facility standpoint. And Knott Development's executive team has developed and operated dozens of facilities, both similar to and far more complex than Mosaic Quarter. The collective experience of each firm results in a team that is knowledgeable in solving construction schedule problems and is skilled in ensuring that Phase 1 buildings are completed on time. If I could have the next slide, please. Now, notwithstanding the experience of the team, we build structural solutions into our financing to address this completion issue. The first is that debt service doesn't start until 12 and a half months after we're scheduled to open. The second is that there's $60.9 million built into our financing to address a late completion that causes us not to have enough revenue to cover debt service 12 and a half months later. What does all that mean? We could survive a 36-month delay in completion without causing a county financial event. If I could have the next slide. The next risk that we look at is one that is related to the most risky form of our revenue, as I mentioned, non-contractual revenue. Remember, that's walk-up revenue, not subject to long-term contracts and with established organizations. So what we did was we sought to determine what percentage of non-contractual revenue could be lost without causing us to miss any payment obligations, not just debt service, property taxes, operating expense, ground rent, everything. This was tested across the entire debt service period, so 27 to 2027 through 2056. And the assumption was made that the non-contractual revenue never recovers. We're always at a loss. The results were confidence building. Could I have the next slide, please? We could suffer, on average, a 44.23% decline in non-contractual revenue without impairing our ability to meet every single payment obligation over a 30-year period. This is a substantial drop in any form of revenue, much less a persistent one that lasts for 30 years. No missed payments on debt service, no missed payments on property taxes, no missed payments on ground rent. More impressive, none of our reserves are touched in this scenario. Now, with this stress test satisfied, we move to what we consider a more draconian one. If I could have the next slide, please. A 40% drop in every single form of revenue, regardless of type. Again, this includes contractual revenue that's normally deemed safe. This is what you would consider catastrophic. Contractual and non-contractual revenue never recovering, because we made the assumption in the model that it never recovers from that. And here's how it works. 2026 Mosaic Quarter opens to great fanfare. Everyone's excited. People are crowding it. It's wonderful. All financial obligations are met. The financial performance metrics are off the charts. January 1st, 2027, the bottom drops out. 40% drop in revenue that day for the next 30 years. And this is designed to test what is the extent of a Pima County exposure under the leases. Again, we're not assuming that any remedial action's taken, that management doesn't try to fix the problem, that programming isn't changed, just a status quo. The results were actually less impactful than you might expect. If I could have the next slide, please. There are a lot of colors. This is the progression from left to right of the use of reserves starting on the left and ultimately county financial liability in this case. What you have is 17 and a half years of Mosaic Quarter cash flow reserve, Mosaic Quarter debt service reserve, county cash flow reserve. And remember, these are only reserves that are in existence for one year. This is not the accumulation of $200 million of county cash flow reserve or $100 million of Mosaic Quarter debt service reserve. This is off of our initial deposit of $36.7 million, our first 2 years of cash flow, and the county's first 2 years of cash flow. The ultimate liability for the county in this scenario is $76 million. I am not going to suggest to you that that is a small amount of money. It is spread out over 13 years, but it is still a large amount of money. What it compares to, and this shows the resiliency of the reserve system that we have set up. There's $1 billion of debt service that will ultimately be paid over 30 years from this project. The county's liability in that horrendous scenario is 7.6% of that. That is the risk that is being taken in return for the potential to have a $673.8 million return. And this is the reason why the rating agencies, Fitch and S&P, who have teams of analysts to scrub through everything that we had and that the county had, this is why they came back and said, there is no financial risk for the county. We are not going to make a change to your credit ratings by executing on these leases. And with that, I'd be happy to take any and all questions that you may have. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for the presentation. Board members, questions? Supervisor Lee.
Excuse me, Mr. Knott, I just want to thank you for the presentation, the innovation, and I want to acknowledge Deputy Administrator DeBonis and our Administrator Lesher for coming up with such an incredible opportunity for the county and showing us that really there is very little risk, but so much to gain. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor
Thank
Lee.
you. Colleagues, nope. I want to thank you for the presentation. I think that what has been really important for me is listening to all of the community members that you're speaking to that have vested interest in making sure that our community is also represented at the table, has the kind of services that we're hoping this quarter attracts. And what I thought was the most telling is there was so, in the public comment with, how many speakers did we have on this one? I think like
20, I believe.
at least 15. There were 29 total, but the emphasis on youth sports and access for our young people, I think, is really going to be critically important. And all of that comes with it. I think that it's encouraging families to come and be a part of our community and giving access to our own community members and not having to travel so far all over the place, I think is really important. It is a risk for the county. And I know that we have an amount in reserve, and I would just like to request that if we have to tap into that reserve, that our county administrator comes back to us and says, hey, this is what's going on, this is the situation that we're in. So while we are saying, yes, we can move forward, I want to make sure that we're all very well aware of whatever financial implications are coming, and if we have to tap into those, that reserve, that we know about it before it happens. All right, any other comments or questions? Okay, I'll go ahead and move the item. Thank you.
Are you moving all three?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, we're going to move items 29, 30, and 31. So I'll go ahead and move, and Supervisor Hines seconds. And this is in D2, so yay. Okay, so motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. I think Supervisor Christie, are you still on? Okay, we're going to assume it's a 4-0, unless I hear from Supervisor Christie otherwise. Okay, thank you. Thank you, and thank you for hanging out. All right. We still have a couple items. We'll go through them. I'm wondering if we could, we're at number 7, if memory serves, expansion of the Pima County Regional Flood Controls District Alert System. This is resolution number 2024 FC1. It support the expansion of Pima County Regional Flood Control District's alert flood threat recognition systems onto the San Javier District of the Tohono O'odham Nation. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously 4-0. I know Supervisor Christie's box is up, but I am not hearing him or seeing him, so I'm just going to assume that it just didn't disconnect all the way.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes.
And for the record, he did say he was leaving at 12:30.
Right. And so I still see the box. I just
Yes.
wanted to make note in case anyone is wondering why it's only 4. Okay, now we're on item 9, the Board of Supervisors, sitting as the Board of Supervisors, item 9, approval of the consent calendar. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, item passes unanimously. And thank you to all of you who stayed around for the vote. We appreciate you being here. Okay. That was the official disconnect, I think. Item number 11 is Board of Supervisors representatives and updates on board committees, commissions, and any other municipalities. Anyone have an update? Supervisor Scott.
Chair Grijalva, just wanted to report to my colleagues that 2 days after our last meeting on February 22nd, the RTA board met in a special meeting. The agenda focused only on RTA Next Plan development. Agenda items include discussion of revenues to be set aside for economic or inflationary contingencies, revenues to be set aside for debt service, whether or not there should be named projects in the safety and active transportation elements, and how much within those elements should be uncommitted, whether or not other regional transportation funds should be used for certain elements of the RTA Next Plan, and if there were any suggested changes to either of the 2 draft plans that are under consideration by the board. There was a tremendous amount of discussion. No action was taken. Some matters, as Ms. Lesher and Mr. DeBonis were referred to the Technical Management Committee for some additional guidance to the board. And our next meeting, which will be a regular meeting of both the Regional Council and the RTA Board, is set for April 4th.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott, I know that there's been a lot of attention, news, articles about the city of Tucson and their continued participation. Was there any mention of that during this meeting?
Every member of the board, including Mayor Romero, engaged vigorously in the discussion of those items, and certainly there was every indication that every member was going to continue to engage vigorously in getting an RTA Next plan through our board so that it can go to the next phase, which is the public review process.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Supervisor Lee?
Yes, I'd like to just mention a couple of things. I had a meeting with Chairman Jose from the Tono Orom, and I was just so pleased. He attended the RTA RTA meeting, and he was very impressed with that. I told him if he's having difficulty getting there, because it is a drive, he could always connect remotely. And I also talked to him about the TMZ and getting somebody on his staff to attend that. So I don't know if anything's going to happen, but I can reach out to his PR person, Matt Smith, who it was also in that meeting, along with Maria, my chief of staff. In addition, I had talked to Administrator Lesher about the possibility of lending expertise to the nation in the areas of parks, flood control, which we're already involved with, and other areas. And he's very, very interested in that, because he knows there's a lot of work to do with regards to having parks. They do have a park. But he wants to obviously expand that, and we have a lot of expertise in that area. The other is, when I was talking to him about RTA, just going back to that, I just said, this is your time now to put in for the nation if there are projects under RTA Next that could benefit the nation. So I don't know if there's wiggle room, but he was interested. So whether or not they put anything forward. The other thing is the Ajo area has a commission. They bring leaders together. That it's actually a board with a chair called the Western Pima County Commission, and they are a group of individuals that are, I would say they're closest to local governance as they come. And they did talk about the issues. One thing that came up very clearly is that there are a number of homes that are in disrepair, and they asked about the county's ability to condemn properties, because the sheriff deputy there was saying that those are frequently used for unlawful activity. They're a hazard. Some of them have been there since '85 when the mines closed. Some of them are individuals that did own it, probably have a tax lien on it. So I've asked our county attorney deputy, Sam Brown, to look into that. So to find out, where we are with the ability to do so. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I did, Chairman Jose and I welcomed the First Lady to Tucson, and he mentioned your visit and talked about it for a little bit. So I think it went really well from what I heard about it. So I'm glad that worked out.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
I love
him. I did want to, I put together a little slide. Essentially, the meeting, I'm on the Board of Health, and the regular meeting was held February 28th. Just the next slide. Microsoft Teams, a quarterly update on the Prosperity Initiative by Bonnie Basada. I think that was received really well by the Board of Health. Dr. Cullen gave an update on syphilis in Pima County, and in 2023, Pima County reported 916 syphilis cases. Since 2010, syphilis cases counts have increased by 429%. And so it's really significant, and we are having more and more cases in Pima County, and the treatment is just so easy. It's just part of the problem is getting people there to access the treatment. And then the next Board of Health meeting is on Wednesday, March 27th. So that's the end of mine. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you.
We have to start doing slides.
We don't, but you know what? We like slides. So I'm going to do a slide whenever I want. Yeah.
She's putting us to shame.
I'm just, slides are nice. Anyway, okay, so now we're on Board of Supervisors Policy, proposed adoption of Board of Supervisors Policy 22, number 22.16, vacant positions. This is an item brought forward by Supervisor Scott. Do you want to review it?
Yes.
We can turn off that.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva. I would like my colleagues to think about three very important attributes of leadership and management during the discussion of this proposed policy: accountability, fiscal responsibility, and transparency. And I want to share with you an excerpt from the memorandum that we got from Ms. Lesher dated February 14th. It was her last financial forecast memo, and it was attached to that item at our last meeting on February 20th. She said as follows: one of the most difficult areas for projections continues to be personnel services. The county has had between 900 and 1,000 vacant positions for the past several years. In fact, Supervisor Christie attached the latest vacancy report to this item, and you'll see that our current number of vacancies is 964. The general fund accounts for approximately 1/2 of those positions. While the exact positions change, these statistics have remained relatively constant. The vast majority of these positions are fully funded in the budget. Projecting when a position will be filled and calculating the amount of vacancy savings that would be realized prior to filling that position present significant challenges. In an effort to allocate resources more appropriately, the county has used a number of methods to try to mitigate this budgetary issue. They include budgeting for 2 months of vacancy savings as part of the adopted budget, performing vacancy savings sweeps during the year, and eliminating positions that have remained vacant for more than 365 days. Despite these efforts, the personnel services forecast continues to be an ongoing challenge. So I've been thinking about this and talking about it with Ms. Lesher and her team really dating back to October of 2022, when we passed the policy to ensure an adequate general fund balance, and what we did with vacancy savings as part of the implementation of that policy. This policy speaks to the fact that those previous efforts have not made a dent or enough of a dent in our vacancies. I mean, as you saw, we've had that 900 to 1,000 figure for several years. That predates our board. That goes back to previous boards. Now, if you go to the actual policy, you will note that it says that, I'm sorry, I was looking at the administrative procedures, which I don't want to look at yet. If you look at the actual policy, which is at the bottom of my submission memorandum, it says the county administrator shall establish administrative procedures, and we'll look at those draft administrative procedures to eliminate positions with exceptions that are vacant for more than 240 days. Now, the with exceptions language was suggested by the Deputy County Attorney, Mr. Brown, to give the administration flexibility in their ongoing dialogue with elected officials and department heads, because we want to approach this with a scalpel, not a meat axe. Having said that, I certainly hope exceptions will be exceptions. If you look at the draft administrative procedures, which are also attached to the item, that's attached to a memo that Ms. Lesher wrote, you'll see that under procedure that it's at the first day of each quarter that all positions that have remained vacant for more than 240 days will be eliminated. That's when I'm sure the discussions would ensue with department heads and elected officials. I think it's also important to point out under C, future base budgeting, base budgets for the next fiscal year will be reduced by any positions eliminated during the previous quarters. So again, I think in the interest of what we owe to the public in terms of accountability, fiscal responsibility, and transparency, that we will adopt this policy, and I would move the item.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Supervisor Lee seconds. The only concern that I have is that I appreciate that there is an area here that says with exceptions, and we have some positions that I know are hard to fill, and they're hard to fill everywhere. So we have plumbers, HVAC, a lot of the trades are really hard to fill positions, and those positions can go vacant for a long time. But if we find an applicant, I want to make sure that we can capture them. The same goes for some of our attorney positions. And so I just want to make sure that when we write in here that there are exceptions, that the concern for me is that we would eliminate any of, like, I think that some of those positions should be protected in that plumbing, if we have vacancies, we're going to continue to have vacancies because we don't have enough people to fill the positions. The need doesn't change. And so I just think that some of those positions should be like exempt from being swept. In the way that you mentioned, the savings will be swept and then next year the position won't be there. That I just feel like there's some positions that we need to protect in that way. And so I'm wondering what thoughts you have, Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, and we agree that there are positions. I think we looked primarily when we began to look at positions that have been open potentially for a year. Medical examiners, we have some of our pathologists, we have veterinarians, very difficult in some of our trades. We initially looked at this and thought, well, could we develop the list of exceptions? And it becomes difficult to do so because every department will suggest that position was critical at that time. And that's why I think in discussing this with Supervisor Scott, we recommended the with exceptions. I can tell you that we've already begun discussions with the county attorney's office. I think their concern is, we're looking at this time of year, they begin to talk with individuals who are looking to graduate in May. They don't take the bar till July. They may not know till October. What happens if we sweep positions at this point? So we've already been discussing what exceptions might look like in order to accommodate that schedule. And so I think it's understanding that there are, right now, if you look at those positions that have been open for 240 days or more only in the general fund, it's about $5 million. And I think that those are positions we just really need to go to take a hard look at, which is why we will be able to grant exceptions for necessary positions that we have to keep open, but that some that have simply not been advertised for need to end, we can go ahead and close out and adopt and modify the base.
And I'm glad you brought up veterinarians and all of the medical examiner staff, because those are also difficult positions, and they might hire somebody and perhaps that individual doesn't work out and then the position is open again. And so I hope that you and your team can really get together, and the goal for me is appreciate the vacancy savings, and this is a time that we need to look at that, but that those vacant positions, some of them are going to be vacant until some of these training programs show a little more fruit. And also, I think some of the positions, because many people can make more money and get a higher salary and higher benefits outside of the county, in some cases, we're gonna do our best to make sure that we remain competitive, but appreciate that is a concern. Any other, Supervisor Hines? And then Supervisor Lee.
So, I guess, question, the days 240 versus 365, why that number? I guess that would need to the sponsor. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Hines. If you look at the excerpt that I read from the last financial forecast memo, we've made those efforts before. We've already tried to sweep items that have remained vacant for more than 365 days. So in my discussions with the county administrator and her team, and also looking specifically at the positions that had been vacant for 240 days or more, that seemed like the better benchmark. Not only in terms of looking at our previous efforts, but also looking at, to Chair Grijalva's point, the areas where there might be reasonable exceptions. Okay. And then doing that at 4 different intervals also gives the county administrator and her team to engage in dialogue with department heads and elected officials at 4 distinct points throughout a fiscal year.
Okay. And was there any discussion as you were sort of working on this to maybe give it like a year? Because I know we're still kind of doing phase 3, right? I mean, the class and compensation study, just to make sure that, like, let's give it, like, could we maybe start whatever, if we arrive at something, start the clock at like 12 months away from the full implementation of the class and comp study? Because it's like, if the salaries weren't something that was attracting a plumber or pick a specific area that's hard to fill, then there wouldn't have been necessarily enough time to advertise and kind of, I mean, I think it's you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to, just so that we give them a fair shot at kind of like, if it's still a necessary position, that they actually have now this new, level of pay that they can go out to the market and look for. Whether that number is 240 days or 365 days, we can sort of discuss what's appropriate, but maybe like just in terms of when we start this, that would be something I would be interested in doing.
Was that a question you were directing to me or to Ms. Lesher?
I guess I don't know. So I think probably it's in a general discussion, but no, but
I think, I'm sorry, Chair Grijalva.
No, I appreciate the point, because I think that one of the things that we were really hoping for, and we haven't completely addressed all compression issues either. Those are issues that we are still having to continue to work through and allocate dollars to in order to make sure that we're fully able to address compression. I think that we've done a good job of getting our salaries a little more competitive, but we still have a lot of compression amongst people in our different departments. And I think that would also, once we can fully address that, encourage people who are county employees, who are best ambassadors, to say, come work for the county. This is how, this is how they pay us. This is our, our benefits package. These are the conditions that we work under, and it's all great. I think we still have some work there to do. So did you want to address Supervisor Hines, or was just a general comment?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Hines, I think one element I just want to comment on, that one thing that I think has occurred over the last year or so that has been a significant change. One of the reasons that we've had the vacancy savings is that we had a process by which it was extraordinarily difficult to get back a PCN or a number once it had been swept. And so we did have individuals in departments that held on with their lives to a position, because if they lost it, they were never going to get it back again. And I get that. And so one of the things that we have done simultaneously is create a process by which there's pretty much a one-page form that goes through finance and HR to get a position back, so that obviously what this board does is provide the budget and the people to make sure that they can conduct the business of the county. And if sweeping a position meant that we were unable to conduct that business, it's our job to make sure that those positions get back. I think that if there is, so I want to just make sure that we've added that, is that we have really been watching very closely the entire issue of vacancy savings, and have been tried to encourage people to voluntarily understand we can give some of those up and get them back at some point. An on-ramp, if you will, I think is something that would be acceptable for all of us to begin to work with the departments. This policy goes into effect, the first date is April 1, which is only a few weeks away, and makes it a little, we can look at that closely if the board might want to look even at a July 1 or a date down the road. It does give us some of the time to look at compression, but we would then continue, I hope, to individually work with each department. We've got, jeepers, I think it's about 43% of the funding is general fund. And again, that's that $5 million. So we can continue to work with our departments, see what we can do to accommodate folk like the county attorney and our special trades to make sure that we're getting the folk we need, that we don't have people creating their own savings account through vacancies.
Yeah, understand. I think it was Supervisor Lee, then Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Yes, I have a few items. One of the things, when I was working at Pima College, another governmental entity, there were many times that some of the hard-to-fill positions, the search would be stopped, and you'd have to start it all over again. And it would take, because the 240 days is 8 months, it would take sometimes that long to complete it. So that's one issue that I have. But in addition to that, my question, and I guess I'll ask you, Administrator Lesher, is have we ever looked at what Maricopa County how long they take to fill like positions, Pinal County, some of the larger counties? I think it's important because we don't know if it's something within our own that we're doing, or is it, is there an issue that we're not being as competitive? Because one of the things I heard is we do not pay relocation fees. If you've got a high-level position, you want to hire an attorney from a different state. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I was told.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Lee, we began to offer relocation expense reimbursement, I would say, I'm looking around for the date, within the last year. It is new, but it is something that we do.
Okay, good.
And to answer that, I have only anecdotal information of talking with other county administrators around the state. And so I would be reluctant to pass that on as it's a conversation. What we can certainly do is get back with you, look through and see exactly what the other counties are doing.
Especially for the ones that have the 365 days, there's quite a few departments that I see. A lot, the sheriff, the county attorney, public defense, juvenile court, health department, facilities, community development, workforce. Those were the ones that I saw had the most. And I would just be curious, and I would recommend that it's not an HR conducting its own. I would recommend somebody from your office, only because I think that I want it to be fair and accurate, not saying that our HR would taint things, but I want to make sure that it's coming across from another department.
Certainly, thank you.
Yeah.
We'll get that information to you. Thank you.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. I think there's great power in the two words "with exceptions," because that really gives Ms. Lesher and her team a lot of latitude in terms of how the administrative procedures are finalized. And remember, these are draft administrative procedures. But the other thing I would say with regard to the elected officials is Ms. Lesher and I had a conversation, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the elected official who is most affected by this in comparison to the other row officers is the county attorney. And you're already having those conversations with County Attorney Conover and her staff, but the other elected officials with the 240 are not as affected by this. So the people who are most affected are one elected official who the county administrator is already talking to, and the department heads who are appointed by the county administrator. Is that correct?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott, that is correct.
Okay. So I think those two words, with exceptions, in terms of how this is addressed department by department, I'm sure position by position, gives a lot of latitude to the county administrator and her team. But ultimately, we've got to deal with where we started, which is this 900 to 1,000 figure has been endemic for years. And we got to find some way to deal with it.
Yeah. I think that if we know that the hiring window for a whole group of employees is February to July, and then you take the bar, and then you wait until November, I do think that there should be an exemption for those positions, because we know that already, as opposed to like, and then you can ask for them back. It's difficult, I think, to go out and post for a position that you had the position and then the funding was swept. I mean, that's not really good fiscal management, in my opinion. So I think that there are some positions that, not exceptions, I think there should be exemptions. Like, we know we're never going to hire enough. The vacancies are going to continue in plumbing. They're going to be in veterinary services. We're going to have medical examiner positions. Those are exemptions, I think, and not one that every single one has to come back to our county administrator. And I would just want to give that flexibility to our county administrator, so it isn't like as the position comes up, kind of we're going to make an exception here. That some of those that's just the way the hiring cycle is. So any thoughts on that, Administrator Lesher?
Sure.
Oh, and then I'm sorry, can I ask? And then,
yeah, please.
And then I'll go to Supervisor Hunt.
Chair Grijalva, I think we have discussed this at some length about what are those exceptions. Yeah. One of the concerns we've got is an example is, you'll see the department that has the greatest number of vacancies that would be impacted is facilities management. Right. We have a very difficult time hiring people in trades. Some of those positions also exist in other departments. So it has been, but they've been filled in the other departments. As I say, we began to discuss, we should have a list of exemptions. And then it became very difficult to draw the line and say, well, it's very critical to have a plumber, but not the veterinarian. Or, what is that we tend to have the positions that have been open for a period of time, a lot of them because they're difficult, but some of them, aren't. And it was difficult to develop the policy to do that.
Yeah, and I think that one of the concerns that I have is, let's say we had an opening, the funding was swept. Right. It's a critical need. How do I go out then and look for a candidate to fill this position when the funding is not there anymore? And then I'm not being a very good steward of the dollars for my department. I guess I'm just trying to figure out how, in that case, would a director have to come back to you and say, hey, we really need this position? I guess I'm just trying to figure out the timeline for those.
And Chair Grijalva, is that how we have set up the new system, that you can go back and just go online, fill out the form, get approval by the finance and HR, and get the position reinstated? But there is time.
Yes, Supervisor Hines.
So, Chair Grijalva and everyone, so could we maybe start, we could say positions that require a state license would be exempt. That would cover the pathology sort of stuff. That would cover Juris Doctor, right? That doesn't get to everything, but we could say all right, just because these people probably have 5 other offers in 3 other states, and if there's not an immediate answer, they're gone, and that's not great governance. So maybe we start with that kind of thing, and the board can say, okay, exemptions are here, and any other exemptions that, for that the administrator believes should, that should be there. And that, I think, would probably cover, most of the folks that we're concerned about, as a thought.
I just, Chair Grijalva,
Supervisor Scott.
I just feel that the way that we've crafted the policy, again, after a long discussion and careful consideration, and also how the draft administrative procedures are crafted, that the discussions with elected officials and department heads in terms of exceptions that need to be made, those discussions are able to occur. And I don't anticipate a situation where an elected official or a department head is not going to have had the opportunity to engage in a lot of dialogue with the county administrator and her team before that decision is made. Again, that's what I think is the power of those two words. And Mr. Jerkowitz, I told Mr. Brown there must be a special class in law school where you come up with something that the two words can accomplish just by inserting them into a policy.
Chair Grijalva?
Supervisor Lee.
I would like to also know, have the electeds had time to review this and comment back? I know the county attorney, as you mentioned, but I'm thinking about the sheriff's office. I just remember the sheriff's office saying some new recruits are going to be graduating from the academy, those kinds of things. So, you know, I guess I'm a little hesitant to vote yes until I know our systems are sound and the timeframes are sound. I don't know that yet. So I'm wondering, can we find out, give our electeds a little time to weigh in? I agree with you that those that are appointed by you, by all means, go for it. Okay, but I don't know about the electeds, and I want to be fair and give them a chance to weigh in, and also have a chance for our to know if our systems ourselves in our hiring process, are there some barriers there?
Yeah.
So
I would be willing to either wait and implement this later. I do think that it's important to get feedback. My concern would be, you know, if I'm in the position of the medical examiner's office and the position's been eliminated, and I have a candidate that I think would be great, now I'm going to have to send a memo for every person that has already been swept. I'm just trying to figure out, you know, our county administrator's an incredibly busy person too. So I just don't want to inundate and sort of try to solve one problem and create another problem. And I appreciate what we're trying to do, but I do think that I believe finance has been doing this. And so I don't know if there is an urgency to put this forward, but I'm happy to hear otherwise. From staff. Yes, Supervisor Scott, and then I'm...
Just to go from to Supervisor Lee's point, when the county administrator and I looked at all of the elected officials, other than the county attorney, all the elected officials had single digits of employee positions that had been vacant for 240 days or more. So that's why it was important that the conversations had already started with the county attorney, because the other elected officials, including the sheriff, are really not impacted by this. Secondly, Ms. Lesher pointed out earlier, April 1st is coming up. And because the policy says with exceptions, what she and her team decide to do on April 1st may not be as significant as what they do at the start of the next quarter. So I don't think any of the elected officials, other than the county attorney, who's not only talked with Ms. Lesher, but has also talked with me. I had a Zoom meeting with Ms. Conover, with her chief of staff, and with one of her deputies. It was one of her other deputies who asked that we put the with exceptions language in the policy. So I don't think the elected officials are in the position where they're going to be impacted by this. And I also think, with regard to what we heard from Ms. Lesher earlier about how things would happen at those 4 different benchmarks, they have a lot of latitude with that.
Good. One more. Oh.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. So maybe, given that the elected officials aren't really that much of the impact here, maybe we can just push the date to the July 1 and just exempt the electeds. I'd vote for that right now. Probably.
I don't know if it's all electeds. I do see that there is a difference with the way we're hiring our attorneys, and the timing of it makes sense. I would also be very comfortable in saying licensed positions, but then some of those attorney positions aren't yet licensed. I mean, they have to
But they have to pass the.
they have to pass the bar.
Can't continue. They can't take the position without getting that license, though.
Understood, but what you're saying is that if it, right, okay, so you're saying if the position requires a license, then they would be exempt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with that too. I just am very concerned about the timing, and then that this effective date is today, right? Administrator Lesher, did you?
It is. Chair Grijalva, I think requiring a license, at least just sitting here right now and thinking about the different positions may open, may do it, but we may want to come back. I reserve the right to come back and ask for an amendment, but I think that covers when I think of many of our plumbers, and there's some sort of licensing involved. The other piece is that I think that with exceptions, given that it starts in just a couple of weeks, we might end up as staff giving everyone an exception, looking at that April date. And so
That's what I'm wondering.
So if July 1 is an effective date, and that we can look at this as we accommodate it in the new budget.
And maybe do you want to bring it back with, or do you think that that's enough direction? I'm looking at whether heads are nodding or whether
I'm not even looking at them.
we're taking all the meat out of it. I mean, I understand the direction, and I appreciate where we're going. My only worry is setting up a whole other system that is going to take a lot of staff time, a lot of,
Chair Grijalva, if the board is comfortable with looking at a July 1 implementation date, this gives us some time to come back at the next board meeting at the 19th, which gives us a little time to run to ground the idea of licensing, or what would be exempted positions if we could.
Maybe if we look at the vacancies and how many of those are licensed positions, they're hard to fill positions. Maybe we have another classification that's like a hard to fill, that those are, in our back pocket, so people understand we're still going to continue to advertise and recruit for those positions. I'm not sure what I know vacancy savings is always an attractive way to help during tighter budget times, for sure. Okay, any other thought? What do we think about postponing a vote until our next meeting on March 19th with that? Are you okay with that, Supervisor Scott? Everyone? I see
Chair
nods.
Grijalva, so we
Yes.
do have a motion to approve, so do you want to do a substitute motion? Or
Sure, I'll do a substitute motion to bring this item back at our next board meeting, March 19th.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any additional discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, item passes unanimously. And I, for one, encourage staff to reach out to me, finance, HR, tell me how this will be a good implementation, and I would really welcome those conversations.
And Chair Grijalva, I also heard the direction about working with all the other counties and getting some information. So any other ideas that people might have, we're happy to do some of that research as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And thank you, Supervisor Scott. I know
Thank you.
you've been working on that for a while. Okay. Item number 27. Can we take 27 and 28? It's a master agreement for Shamrock Foods for the Pima County Adult Detention Complex is 27. 28 is Parking Garage Enterprise Fund to improve that process and upgrade for a WPS upgrade and hosted solution. I'll move 27 and 28.
Second.
A motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously 4-0. Can we take 32 through 40?
Yes.
Anybody?
13, sorry.
32 through 40. Yes, I believe. We did.
Sorry.
That's okay. Yes, that was the presentation by Mr. Morrison. Yep. Yeah, that's okay. There was no vote. Maybe that's why it felt. So how about 32 through 40?
I'll second.
And then the only thing I want to make sure is, we said it at the beginning of the meeting, but number 35 is 270,000 annually for a 4-year term, and 36 is 99,426,000 annually for a 2-year term. Okay, so motion and a second by Supervisor Scott for 32 through 40. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed. Item passes unanimously. I think we did everything on the regular agenda, and now we just have item number 4 on the addendum. And number 4 is the 2024 presidential preference election, revised early ballot drop-off sites and emergency voting locations. This is resolution number 2024-10. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously 4-0. Have we hit every item? We jumped around a little bit. Thank you all for your... Thank you all for your patience and your attention. Our meeting is adjourned. It's 1:19. Thank you.
Thank you.